two of my oldest mentors.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay.
Test 1, 2.
Hello? How about me? Because my mic is on. I don't need to touch anything, right? No. Is my mic live yet? It is not? It is? Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, you can? Okay, it's not as loud as I normally hear it. Okay. Well, okay, so let's just do the run of show. Let's get the So ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the hallway, we welcome you to please come on in and join us. We're going to close the doors here in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first KDVA reunion. As we mentioned yesterday, we are very thankful for the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs for sponsoring the KDVA reunion and we thank KUSAF for their support of the event. I'm Colonel Retired Steve Lee, the Senior Vice President of KDVA, and I am your MC. Before I introduce our opening speakers, I'd like to just provide some administrative information, just as a reminder since we have some new folks here in the crowd. This conference is being recorded, and it will be available on video online next week on our digital library, as well as the KDVA YouTube channel. We are observing Washington, D.C. health protocols, so if you feel more comfortable wearing a mask, please do so. We encourage you to do that. We're very thankful that the KN94 masks that are available when you check in if you need it were donated by our partners in Korea, the Korea Veterans Association. They sent us thousands of them at the very beginning of the pandemic 2 years ago when in the United States we were actually struggling with masks, and so it was a wonderful gift that we handed out to veterans organizations in the area. We also have hospitality rooms for the 2nd Indian Head Division Association and KUSAF Veterans Association. If you would like to place to gather and talk, that's what this whole reunion is about, is to get to know each other. These places are available on the 2nd floor in the Virginia room and Georgia room, and refreshments are available. So not only is the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs sponsoring this wonderful event, they're also providing $300 Visa cards to each registered KDVA member to help with lodging, transportation, and any incidentals. It's pretty amazing. So please see Erlene, she's in the back, raise your hand, at the check-in desk during your breaks and at lunch, and she'll be there all day. Finally, we have refreshments throughout the day to your right, so please help yourself. This is a pretty informal gathering. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the agenda. Wonderful. Again, yesterday was an unbelievably historic day for Korea and the Alliance, starting with the Wall of Remembrance. And then we had the Alliance Peace Conference, just fantastic panels, women in Korea defense, as well as veteran commanders and diplomats forum. So very well received. And we had a reception here where we had the honor of the Secretary of the Army attending, and then she hosted a Twilight Tattoo at Fort Myer. Just, again, an amazing historic day, and thank you for participating in that. Today is actually a really fun day in that we're going to be doing our reunion that talks about people's stories and organizations that are going to be helping KDVA members. And then we close out with a wonderful KDVA reunion dinner this evening. Okay, so a little bit more about the agenda today. We'll have opening speakers, and then we'll have session 2, which is stories about Korea veterans. Then we'll have a break, and then we'll have lunch. And lunch is intended to be long. So you can have time to connect, enjoy lunch in the hotel or a nearby restaurant. But we're very, very thankful that we're able to do that. And then we have an afternoon session. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reintroduce the chairman and president of the Korea Defense Veterans Association, General Retired Vincent Brooks, who is a former commander of the United Nations Command, ROK-U.S, Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea. So, ladies and gentlemen, General Brooks.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let's see if this is on. Can you hear me all right? All right, very good. I'm very appreciative that we are now beginning our 2nd day. As Steve said, we had a superb day yesterday. I thought it was really meaningful. All the things we did from the early morning through the middle of the day and into the evening says a lot about how we feel about this alliance of ours and why it remains important to keep it strong, and why it is also important to honor those who serve to defend it. I'm grateful once again to be able to introduce someone who is very important to us as we begin our day today, the 2nd day, and that is the Minister of National Defense for the Republic of Korea, Minister Lee Jong-sup. Now, it's interesting in many ways. As the chairman and president of the Korea Defense Veterans Association, I'm particularly proud that for the first time in our organization's history, we have a Minister of Defense who was a KDVA member before he was the Minister of Defense. The minister was actually the vice president of the Korea chapter and was active in supporting KDVA firsthand, not just in theory, but in action, in purpose. And so, Minister, we are honored by your presence today, and we look forward to hearing remarks from you in just a moment. I want to also thank the ambassador to the United States from the Republic of Korea, Ambassador Cho Tae-young, and we'll have remarks from you as well. But thank you so much for your presence today and for all you did yesterday, and also for hosting us, several of us, on Monday at your residence. Always a pleasure to have you here. And our commander in place, General Paul LaCamera, thanks very much, General LaCamera, for spending time with us. And we will hear from you several times today, and we appreciate your leadership and your service and all you're doing to keep the alliance strong. And certainly the former commanders, General Abrams is in the room, and our former deputy commanders inside the room. I think General Lim is in the room this morning. He may have just stepped out. And General Choi Byung-hyuk. So this is the leadership. We have so many members and friends, from donors to partners, and it is part of this growing family of the Korea Defense Veterans Association, enabled in such a strong way by the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation and supported by the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, let me bring forward the Minister of National Defense for the Republic of Korea, Minister Lee Jung-sup. Please welcome him.
예, 국방부 장관 이종섭입니다.
I'm the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Lee Jung-sup.
방금 빈센트 브룩스 회장님께서 저에 대해서 간단하게 언급하시면서 코리아 챕터 부회장으로 있다가 이로 장관이 되었다는 소개를 해주셨는데 거기에 대해서 잠깐만 제가 언급을 하고 축사를 시작하겠습니다.
General Vincent Brooks introduced me as the Vice President of the Korean chapter of KDVA. I would like to thank you for introducing me, and then I'd like to start my speech now.
제가 전역한 이후에 뭐 여러 단체에서 활동을 하게 되었는데 제가 정말 꼭 참가하고 싶은 그 단체가 바로 이 KDVA였습니다.
There are many organizations in the United States that I wanted to join, and the one that I definitely wanted to join the most was Korea Defense Veterans Association.
왜냐하면은 우리 한미 동맹의 뿌리는 첫 번째는 6.25 참전 용사라고 생각했고 그러나 그분들이 오래오래 건강에 사시면 더 좋겠지만은 그 이후에 우리 한미 동맹을 지탱하는 뿌리는 바로 주한미군으로 근무했던 미군 전역하신 분들, 그리고 한국군도 마찬가지고 한미가 함께 근무했던 그러니까 소위 주한미군 전후회 회원들이라고 생각했습니다. 그래서 제가 주한미군 전후회는 꼭 동참해서 같이 함께 일을 하고 싶었기 때문에 제가 요청을 하게 되었던 겁니다.
So the reason that I wanted to join Korean Defense Veterans Association was because I believe the root of the ROK-U.S. alliance, firstly, is the veterans from the Korean War who I wish have a very long and healthy life. And the second factor that I believe is the root of the United States Forces Korea are the veterans who served, the USFK members who served in Korea, including the people at KDVA. That was the reason that I wanted to be with them and join the organization.
그리고 앞으로는 한미동맹 재단과 이 주한미군 전후회가 한미동맹의 깊은 뿌리가 되어서 우리 한미동맹이 더욱더 발전될 것이라고 믿으면서 축사를 시작하겠습니다.
I have no doubt that the veterans from the Korean War and the members of KDVA are the very root of the Republic of Korea, and I believe the ROK-U.S. alliance will grow only stronger. And with that being said, I would like to start my speech.
먼저 한미동맹 재단과 주한미군 전후회에서 공동으로 주최하는 제1회 한미동맹 미래평화 컨퍼런스 및 주한미군 전후회 워크숍 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate the successful hosting of the 22 TAC 1 ROK-U.S. Alliance Peace Conference and Korea Defense Veterans Association reunion.
아울러 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 빈센트 브룩스 회장님과 정승주 회장님 그리고 유명한 이사장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
I would like to extend my gratitude to General Brooks, General Chung Seung-jo, and Chairman Yu Myung-hwan for preparing this meaningful event.
또한 함께해 주신 조태용 주미 대사님과 역대 연합 사령관님을 비롯한 내외 귀빈 여러분께도 깊이 감사드립니다.
Ambassador Cho Tae-yong, former commanders of CFC, and all the distinguished visitors, I send my words of deep appreciation to all of you as well.
주한미군은 지난 70년 동안 우리의 유일한 동맹군으로서 대한민국 발전의
It was too expensive to move the gear back, so we just left it there, and a couple knuckleheads to look after it, me being among them. And so we had a great time there, made lots of wonderful friends, Korean and U.S. I learned what a KUSAF was, didn't know that, right, when we came in. And so the, and we had all the rank, we had all the equivalent ranks sewn into our uniforms, and we're very proud of that. And although I don't think our commanding officer was. But we had a wonderful time. I got picked up while I was there for prep school and began a long journey to become an officer, which leads me here today from Korea. And it was what a wonderful ride it's been. 38 years later, I'm back. I was we were talking about the return program to Korea. I didn't realize I was on it, and so I came back. Actually, I think the day before General LaCamera took over, I came aboard and to replace a guy named Wheels Widely, and I've been there ever since. On this now my second tour on the peninsula, and let me tell you how special it is this time is just really, really amazing for me. So the back to relationships. Last night I was talking to the ICAS organization down at a little bit south of here, and I was explaining the nuances of the Special Measures Agreement relative to UPCON transition and all the things it means for the Yongsan relocation and on and in the 5022-0 plan and blah, 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 blah. And this fine gentleman named General Ellis stands up. He was the J3, I think, back in the 90s. And he stands up and he goes, it's all about relationships. I'm like, thank you, sir. And so General Ellis quickly corrected me that it's easy to get lost, or it's easy to get lost in the technical nuance, right, of a lot of the little things that we're talking about and working on, particularly in the work that I do, where it's often it's not what we all agree on, it's on the edges of what we don't agree on, right, which is kind of my job. That's my space to work. And so it's easy to get, where's the comma, what's the exact translation of the word, what do you really mean, right? And get caught up in all of that. And when it really comes down to is the alliance is about relationships, right? And not just some relationships across time and space, and the depth of all of that, of me and you. And I thought and into each other, and that is the real strength, right? That's the real strength of our alliance, is this common understanding built through friendship and working together and doing things together, enduring hardship together, right? It's why the training is so critical, right, to developing these common views. So the relationship part was spot on. So I don't think General Ellis is here, but a public shout out to him for squaring this Marine away last night. So that was great. There are two relationships I would like to talk about. Well, one in particular. One of the things that helps guide my team, particularly as we work through crisis management, kind of the precursor to war, right? And as your strategy and plans guy, this idea of it's everything left of boom that is so important. And I like to talk about the most important relationship that there is on the peninsula, is probably that of the commander, right at the moment, General LaCamera, and the chairman, right? And when we talk about relationships inside the alliance, because that's the first phone call, right? That's the first phone call when something starts to, when something starts to happen. It's the very first phone call. You, this is me. This is what I got. And how that's transmitted is completely about the relationship between those two people, right? The nuance, the understanding, because there won't be any time, and there'll be people yelling at both of them, right, as they go off, you know, one goes this way, one goes that way, to their national security councils, their presidents want them, right? You know, something's happening, something important's happening, I need your attention. And what's so critical is that first touch, right, between the ROK organization and the U.S. organization inside our wonderful alliance to make sure that we're holding hands in the hour of need. Not when it's easy, but when it's scary, right? And to reach out and grab. So I like to, we use that kind of as a guiding light where I work, and in the stuff that we do in this most critical relationship. The second that I would offer is at kind of the working level. I was sad that K2 left, and some of the other gentlemen that I work every day with. You know, we've started, you know, I arrived in the midst of COVID, right? Everything was locked down, and Korea in particular, you know, take a very aggressive stance on COVID. So there wasn't a lot going on, particularly around Seoul, where we go up to CFC every week. I still commute there frequently, and much of my team still works there every day. We've started this thing. It was kind of the Thursday morning coffee meeting. So if you were, you know, and it's at the Dragon Hill, and we solve all the problems. ROK-U.S. right there over coffee in the morning, and build relationships where we talk about things that are very difficult to talk about, right, in the boardroom, or we at least preheat them, right? You know, we know where we are, and we know what we're going to do, and we understand the differences between ourselves. And I will tell you, we have made bounding progress on a host of issues that were previously intractable. You know, in rapid fashion, we produced all these different things in some administrations that before had really kind of, you know, got to just a gridlock kind of situation, and we were able to move all of that across a bunch of different subjects with coffee, and in the morning at the Dragon Hill, 7:30 on Thursdays if you're in town, and we talk through what we're doing. The good news there is that cabal of U.S. and ROK
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so remember I was telling you that some of our speakers are hesitant to speak because they didn't think, yeah, hey, I'm not a professional speaker, don't have experience, and my story may not matter that much. Well, okay, this is an example. We had to sort of coax them. This is Sharon Ekstrom and her sister Janice Sheridan. They are the daughters of Korean War veteran Robert Ekstrom. And we are very, very, very thankful that they're here. Now, Sharon is hardcore. I think her dad would be especially proud of her. She actually broke her foot last week, but toughing it through, and she's here, and we're so very thankful. So, ladies, please.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause.
So, can you hear me? Okay. I want to say thank you to Steve and Erlene for inviting us. So, like so many veterans, my father didn't talk much about the war, the memories. I'm going to cry. The memories were too painful. He tried to suppress them. He once said that he didn't want to talk about it as he didn't want to glorify war. Well, he was most likely correct, but it has left us with many questions. My sister and I have done a lot of digging and reading, and I happened to rummage through his military box. Dad was assigned to Howe Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marine Division as a radio operator. He went on board the USNS Buckner, headed for Kobe, Japan, for training. His division received orders for the Incheon landing. They landed on Blue Beach, September 15th, first wave, with little resistance, thanks to the Navy. Climbing down the ropes from the LST into the, I don't know what you call them, those smaller boats that went ashore, was challenging, carrying a 40-pound radio on his back and all his gear. In the morning, they headed for Kimpo and Seoul. At one point, they were walking through rice paddies. He was following Captain Corley when Dad noticed bubbles pinging around his feet. Captain Corley turned around and said, "Ekstrom, back up. You're drawing too much fire." Dad said, "It hit me then. I was a target with carrying that radio. I'm thankful the enemy sniper was a poor shot." And I'm going to read a couple letters that he wrote home. So September 22nd, 1950, all is fine and well with me. I could stand a shave, a bath, a haircut, but otherwise I'm healthy and fit. You know the story by now. I would appreciate some clippings on the invasion. We were about a mile outside of Seoul and moving fast, not giving the foe time to think. We hit them hard and fast that they've been on the run and don't have time to stop. Actually, it's been easy going, not too much resistance. This thing ought to be over with soon. September 28, 1950, we are now 3/4 of Seoul secured. Our regiment had the privilege and hard task of going through the heart of Seoul. Resistance was heavy. September 25th almost spelled doom for the company I'm with. We made a big push the 24th with our flank companies who were pinned down by the enemy. Only our H company could advance. We lost communications with everybody and got lost behind enemy lines and emplacements. For 16 hours straight, we were seeing heavy fire from every side. Believe me, we prayed, and someone else must have been praying hard too, for with God's will did we finally gain communication back and fought our way out of the trap and back to our lines. Another letter home dated September 30th. Just finished washing my hair in a well. Changed socks for the 3rd time since we left Japan. It makes me feel like a human again. Yesterday we left Seoul and are approximately 3 miles southeast of the city. General MacArthur and President Ri of South Korea came into Seoul before we left for our present location. There's little fighting at all now in this sector. I don't believe the enemy can last for a week. Latest report we received was that the Southern armies are moving up this way. I wonder if we'll have to cross the 38th parallel and fight in North Korea. Some good scuttlebutt is being passed from higher officers that the 1st Marine Division should be back in the States by Thanksgiving. I wonder. While in Seoul, Dad was in a group that was sweeping buildings, being careful for enemies lurking nearby. His unit was near a school complex. Dad was resting his back against the building when an elderly man started running towards him. He wasn't wearing a uniform. He was waving an American flag. Dad had just been talking on the radio. He had to draw his .45 and pointed at the gentleman, lay down the flag, go back, stop. The guy didn't understand English, and there were no interpreters nearby. Dad feared he was going to have to shoot him. Thankfully, the guy stopped when other South Koreans started yelling at him. Dad said it was a judgment call made at the spur of the moment. Later, he heard that the guy just wanted to thank him. He said it was a strange feeling that he was one of ours. After liberating Seoul, they stopped for a rest, deciding to play a game of touch football. Dad was elbowed in the jaw, so much for touch football, cracking his 2 front teeth, which became infected. A Marine dentist had to remove the damaged teeth, making it difficult for him to speak. Not so good for a radio operator. They headed back to Incheon for the 11-hour boat ride over to Wonsan.
War. We live it, teach it, learn it, breathe it. We eat it, we hate it. We spit it out. We love it. It crawls beneath our skin and shrieks our name. Through the voiceless air, war reaches down, seeping into our veins and throating our throats, and it smiles. On November 2nd, 1950, outside Wonsan, 5 miles south of Majini, my father was assigned to go out with a patrol convoy that morning, but was dogged with strep throat and laryngitis. His buddy, Bill Barks, another radio operator, volunteered in his place. That patrol was ambushed by the Chinese Reds, who surrounded them and blew up the bridge which provided the Marines' retreat. They shot off Bill's radio antenna, cutting communications. While dashing through enemy fire in a desperate attempt to reach another radio, 14 Russian-made bullets tore through Bill's abdomen. Bill's patrol was rescued through the heroic efforts of a Howe Company platoon. Despite his strep throat, my father assisted in their efforts, and he sought out Bill, who was already on a stretcher at the side of a road. He said something about burp guns and grenades, and then he passed out. 53 years later, in an email exchange with Bill, my dad related that, as luck would have it, shortly after Bill was flown out for surgery, the 1st Marines began moving toward the chosen reservoir for what my dad sarcastically said was a delightful early winter vacation, for which they were utterly unprepared. And then he added, that's another story he'd just as soon forget, but never would. Growing up, I felt this war, though I didn't know the facts. And strangely, I still feel the grief and the guilt my dad felt. What they used to call soldier's heart, now PTSD or PTS, it lived inside him. In his later years, Dad told my sister and me a story of the deepest of winters at the Chosen. But even then, he didn't say much. He told us simply, I just remember the first time up there at the Chosen Reservoir, where the temps dipped to -40 during the day. There was a split in the road. One went further north. One went northeast. I was up near the front, walking behind the heavy tanks and artillery trucks. Embedded in the icy gravel road was a human body, either North Korean or Chinese red. He'd been run over so many times. Dad said he was just flattened like a pancake, maybe 6 inches thick, 8 feet tall. You know, he's dead, my dad said, but it affects you. He was probably a father and had kids. You have to just close your eyes and keep going. You don't get over that very easily. Dad said, I just thought anybody that thought war is good has something wrong in the head. I don't care what outfit he's with. When you see these things and think on them, you become a fatalist. You become a fatalist. Among the myriad horrors of war, these 2 incidents, his buddy who took 14 bullets meant for him, the frozen man flat as a pancake, were lethal shots into my dad's soul. War. We live it, learn it, breathe it, hate it, spit it out. We love it. It crawls beneath our skin and shrieks our name. War smiles, betraying itself. But grace and blessing, that which war fears, rains down from heaven as a purifying salve. I wrote the bones of this poem in high school when my English teacher asked my class to write a war poem. I knew nothing about this war. I just felt it. I felt it coming from within my dad, who said nothing about this war for years and years. Eventually, after my father returned from Korea, a compassionate God with a loving touch reached down, and like a hymn, he began to soothe my father's tortured heart. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Really amazing. Thank you. I know it's not easy to talk about something that's so personal, so thank you for sharing that with us. If you don't mind, would you be okay taking some questions?
Try.
Okay. So, anyone with any questions? I've got a couple. Okay, sir, please. Mike. Oh, okay.
All right, I'll speak about
No, it's just that people can't hear. It's okay.
First of all, thank you. Very, very heartwarming. So many veterans, my father is a World War II veteran, never spoke. Relatives from the Korean War never spoke. Was there a way that you were able to elicit some of these stories from your father?
Well, you know, he was really, really reticent. Can you hear me? He was really reticent to speak about anything. I mean, we knew he was a vet. We knew he served in Korea. He wore his Marine rings, and he taught us to put our hand on our heart, and he was just a different kind of guy. So when he got older is when the stories started pouring out. And we contacted Lynetta Brown of the Korean War Educator site, and she encouraged us to begin taping him with some prompting questions she gave us.
That was tough.
It was really tough, and he kept repeating the same stories over and over and over again, especially the one about seeing the man flattened and the icy cold road. It affected him tremendously because he saw then the humanity. You know, these weren't just robots. These were people just like him. And it came
he
from
had
a
to
large family, and so it
sit
really
out his
affected him. He had to detach somehow, and it probably worked for a time, but it didn't work any longer when he got older. It started surfacing, even though it was always inside him.
So can you hear me? When we were asking him these questions for the Korean War
Educators.
educator site, I noticed during his sleep or napping times how much more he got agitated, or he would be reaching for the ground or yelling for help. You know, it was hard to watch. I have so many videos and so many audios from him, and there's times where you would find him crying in his sleep. It was hard to watch. Can't imagine.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am?
Hi, I'm Nami Park. As I think you all know me as General Peck's daughter. I am also a Korean War veteran's child. And as you mentioned, my father really never spoke much about the war. But when I asked, he would answer me sincerely and honestly. And what I want to say, I think, here is that I know what struggle you go through and what the Korea benefited from your dad and Korea and U.S. military presence in Korea during the war. And I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Sharon, when you were doing the webinar with us about 2 years ago, you mentioned a story about how EMS folks came
Yes.
to one day and how that connected you with your father and realizing that he's sort of a big deal to be a veteran. Could you share that with us?
So my father ended up at the age of 86 getting Parkinson's and Lewy body dementia. And so he would get up when he really shouldn't have, and he would fall. And he broke both his hips at different times and hit his head. But anyway, I was constantly calling for 911 for the paramedics to come. And one time, a few times, some of the guys were just in awe because I had his shadow box with his medals and his picture, and they just found it fascinating that they got to meet a Korean War veteran because nobody ever talks about it. That's about it. But they enjoyed coming in and hanging around even after Dad left, to view the pictures and awards. And
You can go back and look at the webinar, but you also talked about how it was one of the first times you sort of connected, wow, it's actually a big deal that my father was a Korean War veteran, and that people actually appreciate that. And then I think you also try to get your father more involved in veterans events and parades and such, so,
yes.
yeah.
Dad never, of course, he never spoke of the war, and he never liked to draw attention to himself. So the town I grew up in had this Hearts of Gold ceremony, and one of the categories was heroic. So I wrote this kind of lame email to the commissioners, and not thinking my dad would ever win. And so he won, and I never told my dad that I did this for him. So when the commissioner called to talk to me, and then I said, Dad, you got a phone call. I did something, I hope you don't mind. And so the commissioner happened to be an old family friend, and so we had to go through the process of getting Dad groomed and picture taken and newspapers and biographies and then a banquet, you know. And at the banquet, Dad shocked me because when they had announced him and our close friend, you know, the family got up to speak, at the end of the speech, Dad stood up and got a standing ovation. And that just shocked me that Dad would stand up for the accolades, because that's just not in his character. But I think he enjoyed himself. He even had a glass of wine.
Wonderful, and I'm sure he was listening and is very proud of both of you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. As we get set, we're going to reconfigure the stage. Could someone help? So if you could just bear with us for just a couple of minutes as we transition and reconfigure the stage back to original. And we're going to be welcoming up here Dave Maxwell. And I'm just going to give him a quick introduction. Let's just move to the right a little bit. Yeah, just right there in the middle. So we're very fortunate to have Dave Maxwell. He's going to tell you his story, but I just want to let you know he's one of the most respected think tank experts on the Korea, on all Korea matters. But what I really appreciate about him is that he spends a significant amount of his time mentoring and helping younger people who are interested in the alliance and Korea. So this guy really is amazing. So looking forward to hearing your story, sir. Thank you very much, Dave Maxwell.
Well, thank you, Steve, for the kind words, but I have to say that putting me after these two wonderful daughters and their very powerful testimony, I will hold that against you forever. We heard before, I don't want to follow a general, right? Rick said that. Well, following these two ladies who have really given so much from the heart, it's an honor to follow you speaking, but it really is, your testimony, your stories were heartfelt and really, really appreciated. So thank you for what you've told us. And I just don't have anything that will compare to that. So like many of us, we've heard stories. I got to Korea via Germany. I was in Germany. I got promoted to captain, and I was stuck there. All my friends started going back to the infantry officer advanced course, and I called up the branch. I said, hey, when am I going to school? And there was a pause, and they'd forgotten about me and left me out. And so they said, oh, you're going to go next month, so get ready. And I said, well, where are you going to send me after that? And I'd been in the 3rd Infantry Division in Germany, 1st of the 30th Infantry, and they said, we're going to send you to Fort Jackson. You're going to go to a basic training company. And I said, I didn't want to do that. I want to go to the 82nd or the 101st. And they said, no, you have enough time with troops. You're going to go train troops. And I said, well, what about Korea? And they said, you want to go to Korea? I said, yes, I'll go to Korea. And so when they cut my RFO, everybody in the military, the request for orders that generates your orders, in the remarks block was specific instructions that this officer accepts follow-on assignment to Korea. They were so happy to have a captain who volunteered to go to Korea that they actually put that in my orders. So that's how I got to Korea. June of 1986, I got off the plane at Osan, went straight to Tongducheon, drew all my equipment, and then they sent me to Camp Howes, which was the brigade headquarters, because I was on my way to 1st of the 506, like Kevin. I didn't go to Camp Greaves right away. I didn't get there for another 2 weeks because the 506 was in the field. And so I spent the first 2 weeks in Korea living out of a rucksack with the 1st of the 506. And at the end of the RTEP, the end of the exercise, we went back to Camp Greaves, and that's when I found out where I was living and would be working. So that was my introduction to Korea, the welcome. And it was a great welcome because, as Kevin has said, Camp Greaves was a wonderful place. The 506, actually at the time, was the 1st of the 9th Infantry in 1986. And we transitioned in 1987 to the 1st of the 506. But it was a great place, great soldiers. Being able to patrol the DMZ, and my recommendation, if any of the senior leaders are here, and we have some, I recommend that U.S. forces return to patrolling the DMZ. And I can give chapter and verse on why that's important, both for training of U.S. soldiers, but also interoperability, South Korea and U.S. soldiers. I would do it differently now, not have an American sector. I would integrate with all the ROK battalions, giving a break to the ROK battalions from patrolling. And I think strategically it would send a powerful message to have U.S. forces operating side by side with Korean forces on the DMZ. But of course, there's lots of political problems to that. Relationships, the general mentioned relationships, and I think every single person who's come before me, and I know everyone after me, will talk about relationships. And they were, the relationships that have been built have been established. When General Jung was one of my bosses when he was a colonel, and I was a young major, and chief of GCC plans at CFC, and so we've known each other for a long time. And at the time, General Sharp was Colonel Sharp. It was the XO to General Tillelly, and working for General Tillelly was a great experience as well. I'm sure people know Lieutenant General retired Chun In Boom. He and I were Special Forces captains together at the Special Warfare Command in 1989, and then later at the Special Warfare Command as colonels, he was the Chief of Staff and I was his Deputy Chief of Staff. And so we developed these relationships. But for me, they started at Camp Greaves in Korea. And when I got to be a company commander and having KUSAFs, I had 160 soldiers in Combat Support Company. 30 of them were KUSAF soldiers. And of course, I didn't get to go to DLI. I had to struggle to learn, but like I learned from osmosis, but my, 한국말 조금합니다. 죄송합니다. My accent, though, was I guess unusual because my senior KUSAF, Sergeant Kim, said to me, "Sir, can I speak freely?" one night, we're in the middle of the night driving around through the checkpoints during curfew, and and he said, "Can I speak freely?" I said, "Of course you can." He said, "You speak Korean like a woman," and so I became very self-conscious after that. And but I think I have a pretty good ear, and I can mimic. And of course, we often learn. And many of the Korean language instructors are women, and of course, I learned really from my wife, who I was fortunate enough to marry, and we're going to celebrate our 35th wedding anniversary in September. So, and we were also fortunate that our daughter was born in Seoul in 121 Hospital in 2000. So, we have a real family connection to Korea. But on the DMZ, and I think asking about the DMZ, and I didn't get involved in any firefights while I was on the DMZ, but we did conduct a lot of patrolling. I'll never forget Christmas Day in 1987, daylight patrol. We were on a rice paddy dike. It was, snow. We were laying there, and a mine blew up on the North Korean side along the fence. They would, and the North Koreans came out and investigated. But if you've been there, you know, well, not anymore, but back then, South Korea and North Korea played propaganda music all the time. And we would hear this music. And one of the things the soldiers liked to do was to go to the Korean propaganda operators, and they would give them cassette tapes to play some music. And so we were there on Christmas Day, looking at the North Koreans. They're scurrying around dealing with this exploded mine. And on the loudspeakers come the Beach Boys. I wish they could be all California girls, and I'll never forget that. But one time when my driver, Specialist Birch, it was time to reenlist. As everybody knows, you get to reenlist in a ceremony of your choice. And so he wanted to hike up to the DMZ. I think it was Hill 202. It was just overlooking in the 1st ROK Division area, just overlooking the South Barrier Fence. And he wanted to hike up there at midnight and re-enlist under the moonlight. And he wanted the battalion commander, the battalion command sergeant major, myself, first sergeant, and of course the re-enlistment NCO. And so we drove up there, we got out of our Jeeps, and we climbed up the hill. And the re-enlistment NCO unfurled the flag, and the battalion commander re-enlisted Specialist Birch in the moonlight there. And while they just completed the oath, on the loudspeakers, from the southern side, starts blaring the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And to this day, everyone swears that they did not coordinate that it was just, it just happened. And it's, one of those things that you remember that have, really special meaning. And of course, Specialist Birch wanted to re-enlist on the DMZ. He felt that close to it. And just things happen that you always remember and take to heart. So, after I left Camp Greaves in the 506th, I went to Special Forces training, and the battalion I was assigned to in first group was responsible for Korea. So I spent from 89 to 94 in every exercise in Korea: full eagle, ultra focus lens, team spirit, did the last team spirit, plus training with the Korean Special Forces. So even though I wasn't assigned to Korea, I was there for 6 months of the year until I got promoted to major and they sent me off to school. And one thing about school that I will tell you is that I went to the School of Advanced Military Studies, and I wrote my second monograph about the catastrophic collapse of North Korea. Of course, we'd gone through the arduous march, and we had the agreed framework in 1994, the nuclear agreement, but many people thought North Korea was going to collapse, and so I decided to study it. And I wrote that monograph, and then the Army sent me back to Korea. And I got to work in C3 plans, and at the time, we were tasked to plan for the possibility of instability and collapse. And that provided me with a great opportunity to work with my good friend and mentor, Robert Collins, who I think many people know. But what it really did was we formed this, what we called super combined working group. I mean, it was so important that the ROK-JCS sent planners, and then the ROK-U.S. CFC planners, and we developed this plan for instability and collapse, which of course has always been quite provocative and politically sensitive, but we really looked hard at the problem. And of course, we never predicted if or when North Korea would collapse, if there would be instability. But we always said that if it happens, it will be catastrophic, and we need to be prepared for it. And what it really makes it difficult is that the conditions that could lead to collapse could lead to war. And so these two phenomena are interconnected. And so that experience working for General Tillelly, General Ayers, who at the time was the General Safji's predecessor, really gave us a lot of opportunity to learn about North Korea and, of course, strategy and the like. The last time I was at Camp Humphreys was 2006, and I entered Camp Humphreys by parachute at night on the runway. I was the commander of the ROK-U.S. 5th Special Forces Brigade, was training their brigade to do airfield seizure, like our Rangers. And so he asked me to go along with him and make that parachute jump. And so that was my last time I'd been at Camp Humphreys, seeing it at the night. Previous to that, of course, Camp Humphreys was a aviation brigade, some MI, a very small place, and it was and of course over the years had not grown like it has grown to now. But I finally went back in 2019 and I saw what it was, and what an amazing change to Camp Humphreys. And it was, it's really quite amazing. And Korea has given American forces a gift like no other. We all know it's the largest U.S. military base outside of the United States, and it is also, I think, from what I've seen, the best military, certainly the best military base overseas, anywhere that the U.S. is fortunate to live. And we're grateful to our Korean allies for really providing that. For those that don't know, I think the base cost about $8.7 billion. 97 or 93% of it was funded by the Korean government. So all those things you hear about burden sharing, our Korean allies share the burden, more than share it. And so we're grateful for that. Korea has stuck with me. I went back as the SOC Corps Chief of Staff, and my last assignment there ended in 2006. But I've continued to be engaged with Korea. I mean, it's and I think like everybody here, it's really in your blood, in your DNA. I mean, there is something about Korea for me that makes it my second home. But it really comes down to relationships, and you look out and you see everybody here. Why is everybody here? Because they believe in the alliance, they believe in the mission, and our relationships. We know each other. Whether we know each other or not, we have a common bond, a common connection. And that really, I think, it means a lot to me. I think, and so since I retired in 2011, I've kept close to Korea. And at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, I get to work on Northeast Asia issues, primarily Korea issues. And at the Global Peace Foundation, they've asked me to help work on civil society support to a free and unified Korea. And that's something that's I'm really passionate about, because I think that the solution to the nuclear program, the solution to the human rights abuses in the North, and the honor that we can pay to the fallen soldiers, Korean and U.S. and United Nations, the honor that we can pay is to really answer the Korea question that's in paragraph 60 of the Armistice Agreement. And that Korea question, paragraph 60, says that within 90 days of the signing of the armistice, we're supposed to come together, political leaders are supposed to come together to solve the Korea question. And the Korea question is the unnatural division of the Korean Peninsula. And until there is a free and unified Korea, a united Republic of Korea, U-R-O-K or U-ROK, we won't see an end to the tragedy that is happening in the North and the threats that emanate from the mafia-like crime family cult of the Kim family regime. So my experience with Korea is one of great love, joy, but also hardship. I can remember the cold. I've never been so cold as I was on the DMZ, but I've never been and so, where there's such camaraderie. And I think that Korea to this day is one of the last places in the U.S. military that has such camaraderie because of the nature of the mission, the location, but also, most importantly, because of the people serving together. So I can't follow, again, what our two daughters have told us, but and I just do want to close with what you have told us is it makes everything I've ever experienced beautiful and heartwarming, and and to know the sacrifice of your father, I thank you and I thank him. So thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Okay, so not only does he have a personal connection to Korea, but he is, again, one of the preeminent experts on Korea. So ask away. Floor is open for anything about his personal story or anything you want to talk about Korea.
I usually start my lectures, there are no experts on Korea.
Yeah,
we are only students. We are students trying to understand what's happening in North Korea. So
That
thank
is
you
a
for that.
true expert. Yes, Kevin.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, too, and another Curry. We need more of us up here. I really liked your comment on your thoughts and recommendations for going back to joint patrolling of not only the American sector, the DMZ, but the DMZ or whatever sectors we'd identify on there. And I found that fascinating because I always thought during the Cold War period, that was some of the best experience for young leaders in the United States military to spend time within the DMZ, just the basics of preparing for a patrol, briefing in and outside Boniface Gate at the S2 forward shop, things like that was really good as far as training some of the leaders. I wish we could come up with a form, and if we could, what would be the steps that you would recommend, as brief as you could be in this, of how we could try to reintroduce that on the peninsula and with USFK?
Well, it'll take, of course, South Korean and U.S. leadership, wanting to do it. I think it's very possible to be done if there's the will to do it. I think there has to be the political analysis. I've given you my read. I think would send a powerful message of the alliance toward the North, but it will be politically sensitive. I also think practically, I think that it enhances interoperability by working side by side with Korean and U.S. forces, U.S. forces under the command of those divisions, brigades, and battalions that are manning the DMZ. Plus, it may also be able to spare some of the Korean units from the continuous patrolling and allow them to come south and do training, especially after the comprehensive military agreement that has restricted live fire training along the DMZ. So this could be a way to rotate forces, U.S. and South Korean, so that the South Korean forces can come off the DMZ to train, maintain their readiness. As you know, always conducting operations is not the same as training, and you've got to train to be able to conduct operations. So, and the more operations you conduct, the more your training readiness declines, and so you've got to be able to do that. So those are some of the things, but it will take political will. And if there's the political will, the military leaders of South Korea and the United States can make it happen. And I think it would be certainly to the military's benefit. The political calculations have to be weighed.
Dave,
Steve?
over here.
I'm Aves Thompson, 3rd, the 23rd, 1965, 1966. That was a long time ago.
Yes.
As you're talking about the patrolling of the DMZ area, what are your thoughts on the combined division with the 2ID and the ROK Army? How's that working for you?
Well, that's happened after I've retired, and I wasn't part of that, but the combined U.S. 2nd Infantry Division, of course, we used to have the combined field army at Uijeonbu. ROK-U.S. I Corps used to be there. We disbanded that at the end of the 1980s. But I think it's a good concept. I think that the missions that the division has to conduct are best suited to be combined. I think that it enhances relationships, number one, but also interoperability. And like anything else in combined operations, the beauty of combined operations is that we can maximize our strengths while mitigating the weaknesses that we have. You know, the U.S. and ROK forces are not identical. You know, they're not, identical capabilities. They have strengths and weaknesses. But there is more strength being together than operating independently. So I'm a strong supporter of the combined division, and I would like to see that grow. I mean, it's really, you think about it as a stepping stone from the lower level up to the Combined Forces Command. You know, and the best decision we've made in this entire OPCON transition process is to keep the Combined Forces Command intact, because it is combined operations, I think, that are going to bring success. As hard as they are, you know, as difficult as they are, I think you've got to, training at all echelons and working together just really makes us stronger. So I'm a supporter of it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Really
Thank you,
appreciate it. Thank you. So our next speaker is David Beam. So he was selected for the first Korea Revisit program. Because his story is actually very unique in that experiences weren't always all positive about Korea, but there was something very significant that happened after he went and revisited Korea after many decades. So, David Beam, thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, sir.
Yes, I do have pictures. You just got to hit that to go forward. What about going backwards? That's right there. Because I think it may have gotten reversed. All my pictures may have been reversed. So, no, they're in order. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and especially all veterans who have served in the Republic of Korea. I am especially grateful to the KDVA for providing me this opportunity to speak here today and to the Republic of Korea Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, and our partner, the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, for supporting the KDVA. The ROK-U.S. Alliance is a shining example of the benefits of cooperation and working together toward a common goal. My name is David Beam, and I served with the 3rd Brigade Headquarters of the 2nd Infantry Division from October 1966 through December 1967. This unit was a frontline brigade stationed north of the Imjin River along the Korean DMZ and was responsible for patrolling 18.5 miles of the 151-mile DMZ. I arrived in Korea on October 16, 1966. During the initial processing taking place in Seoul, I was informed that I was assigned to the 2nd Division. Along with this information, the provider of said information expressed his heartfelt concern for my future time in Korea. I, along with another soldier, Ernie Reynolds, were then transported to Camp Housie, 2nd Division Headquarters. It was here that we learned we were going to, and I quote, boom boom country, north of the Imjin. I to 3rd Brigade Headquarters and Ernie to A Company, 1st of the 23rd. I certainly started to wonder what I was in for. Just a few days later, November 2nd, 1966, Ernie lost his life during an ambush along the DMZ. There were 7 killed, 6 Americans and 1 KUSAF. There was one survivor, David Bybee. He had been hit with 48 pieces of grenade fragments and played dead as a North Korean soldier ripped his watch from his arm. His story of this attack led to Ernie Reynolds being awarded the Silver Star. Ernie, if I could speak to you in the afterlife, know that your death was not in vain. Your sacrifice helped keep the Republic of Korea free and allowed it to become one of the great nations in the world. I'd like to interject a small side note. 52 years later, in March 2018, at a small gathering of DMZ veterans held in Statesville, North Carolina, I was afforded the honor of presenting a replacement watch to David Bybee. For the most part, this ambush has been recognized as the beginning of the DMZ war. However, some suggest that the beginning is traced to October 5th, 1966. When Kim Il-sung, in a speech to the Korean Workers' Party, gave warning that the status quo since 1953 between North and South Korea was about to change. He fully believed that the people of South Korea wanted to shed themselves of the shackles imposed upon them by the government of South Korea. How wrong he was. I soon learned that duty on the DMZ was just as dangerous as that in Vietnam. After my return to civilian life and continuing to this day, when people ask me about my military duty, they usually assume that I had been in Vietnam. Upon learning that I was instead in Korea, they speak of how lucky I was. I have bitten my tongue so many times that I'm surprised that I can still talk. Some of the encounters from 1967 include, on May 22nd, the bombing of barracks in A Company, 1st of the 23rd. There were 2 killed and 17 wounded. I might add that this was the same company that lost the 7 soldiers killed in the ambush on November 2nd, 1966. On August 10th, 2 ambushes. The first, Blackie, a sentry dog, was killed, and Specialist 4, Jack Tyrell, the dog handler, was wounded. Blackie died saving the 8-man patrol. That morning, I saw Tyrell brought in by a helicopter to the 3rd Brigade dispensary. The helicopter pad was just in front of the radio shack where I was preparing my radio equipment for a mission that day. It was a scene right out of MASH. The second ambush that day was of a 7th Division unit returning to their compound for lunch. 3 were killed outright with 17 wounded. A 4th would later die. I was nearby and heard the ambush. The call for help came in over my radio. The medics left to provide help, leaving my assistant and me alone to fend for ourselves. We chose to leave the open area that we were in and hide with our truck in heavy undergrowth a few hundred feet off the MSR. On August 28th, an ambush at Camp Liberty Bell, part of the JSA, C Company, 76 engineers, 4 killed, 26 wounded. The North Koreans set up 2 machine guns on a hill overlooking the compound and poured an estimated 3,000 rounds into the mess hall at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. To this day, one of the wounded still has a bullet in his thigh. To be sure, there were many more. A paragraph from the 3rd Brigade Headquarters Company yearbook from 1967 states, and I quote, "From May to September, combat with the North Koreans became a daily occurrence with the men of the 3rd Brigade. In this 5-month period, 3rd Brigade soldiers engaged infiltrators on 264 separate occasions with counter-intrusion fire. In addition, there were 47 firefights between North Koreans and 3rd Brigade soldiers, 3 minings in the 3rd Brigade sector, and 1 raid carried out by 10 North Koreans on a 3rd Brigade compound." End of quote. This was just the 3rd Brigade. There were other units north of the Imjin that had their share of combat. However, there were probably more combat-related deaths than combat-related. Accidents, friendly fire, suicides, and even murders. An example was a deuce and half taking a patrol out for night duty on May 15, 1967. That truck went off the road, rolled over, and killed 5 soldiers, one of whom had been a high school classmate of a very close friend of mine. A month later, when home on leave, I had the occasion to speak with the mother of that lost soldier. He was just as dead as if he had been slain by North Korean forces, and the mother was just as distraught. I'm sure that most parents felt relief that their sons had been posted to Korea instead of Vietnam, and those parents must have been quite confused when learning of the death of a son in Korea. Various documents, especially government documents written about this time period, frequently understated events along the DMZ, as well as the number of killed in action and wounded in action. The United States government deliberately withheld this information from the American people over concern that there would be unrest over involvement on 2 fronts. Hence, recognition for the soldiers along the DMZ was denied. However, General Bonesteel, the commander of U.S. Forces Korea, knew this had to change, and he pushed for some basic recognition that was finally forthcoming on April 1st, 1968. It was on this date that hostile fire pay, an overseas service bar for 6 months of service, a combat patch to be worn on the right sleeve, as well as combat infantryman badge and combat medical badge were authorized, although with limitations not imposed on those in Vietnam. For those that served on the DMZ prior to April 1st of 1968, the recognition received was no different than what a soldier would have received in garrison at Fort Benning. To this day, lack of recognition has caused many DMZ veterans, including myself, a great deal of anguish, and for me is a single biggest burden that I carry from my time in the Army. More so than even the burdens from exposure to Agent Orange and diminished social skills caused from PTSD. Long ago, I stopped talking about my time on the DMZ because I got tired of being doubted and called a liar. We have been denied our rightful place on the American landscape, and as the last of the DMZ war veterans die, this war will be lost to history. If you want to see a monument for the DMZ veterans, you won't find it on American soil. Instead, you must travel to Camp Humphreys in South Korea. I know that the United States government will never let the truth be known, but there is satisfaction knowing that the Republic of Korea, as well as the KDVA, remembers and appreciates what we did. I know that I speak for all DMZ war veterans when I say, thank you, General Brooks, for covering our backs. Thank you. This slide right here is me standing on top of a North Korean tank with my company, my headquarters company of the 3rd Brigade in the background and North Korea beyond that. And that was just a day relaxing on the beach. So.
All righty. So really powerful and I think very well stated, so thank you very much, Dave. So ladies and gentlemen, open the floor for any questions or comments for David. Yes.
Thanks for letting me ask another question. I really appreciate you bringing up the information that you're bringing up. It didn't end in 67 or 71, it continued.
Could you speak up, please?
I said what was happening, never ended. It's, still happening. It happened in the 80s. I just really appreciate the fact that you're bringing more of this to light. Myself included, I've been in the same scenario of people doubting my service and things of that nature. I've gone to events where folks have, outright just disrespected DMZ veterans. So I just want to say I just appreciate you bringing it to light and just keeping it real. Thank you.
Thank you. So David, when you went back to Korea in November last year, after so many decades, what were some impressions?
Well, I actually had the opportunity to go back on a 2nd Division function in 2015. Oh, okay. So I would rather speak of that than just last year, simply because there had only been 6 years from my previous visit, and I knew what to expect. But in 2015, I was absolutely overwhelmed by what I saw. The only building in Seoul that I could recognize was the train station. Where you would leave, in 1966, leaving Seoul northbound, it was basically just dirt and gravel roads and rice fields and countryside. And today it's just, one large condominium complex after another, all the way to Munsan-e. You can't even separate the two cities anymore. Just amazing at the growth. I read about the miracle on Han, and to witness it firsthand was really overwhelming.
Great. Wonderful. All righty. Well, thank you very much, David. Really appreciate it.
Steve, if I might.
I'm sorry.
Just quickly, David, I want to thank you for telling your story today. You and I were on that 2015 trip.
Yes.
And it was extraordinary. There were men and soldiers who had not been in Korea for 30, 40, and 50 years. And as David said, you just absolutely take your breath away. And you could watch these veterans and their eyes would sort of glaze over a little bit and 40 years would disappear. I mean, they were right there in the moment. It was an awesome event. So thanks for telling your story.
Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, for our last speaker before lunch, ROK-U.S. So I had an opportunity to Zoom with him and get to know him a little bit. I'll tell you, he's just a wonderful person. For all of our speakers, during lunch, it's purposely long. So you can try to speak with them, get together, maybe go out to lunch together, meet new friends. And Rocky is certainly somebody that you want to get to know. So thank you. Forward, and then if you, for some reason, you go back, just hit back.
Okay. At first, I'd like to start out by thanking our South Korean friends that are here. It's an honor to be in the same room with the members from South Korea. I enrolled in the Army on 3/3/69. I was 17 years old on February 27th, and I joined the Army on the March 3rd. Took my basic training at Fort Gordon. AIT was at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. And I was at Fort Lewis, Washington with orders to go to Vietnam. And they decided that a bunch of us were going to Korea instead. So off to Korea we went. I arrived in Korea 9/9/69. And I was assigned to B Company 76 engineers. And I do have friends from C Company, like David had mentioned, that were ambushed in the chow line. And we have a reunion every year and up in Lebanon, Tennessee, and that's how I became friends with those folks. And they've got some wild stories about that ambush. I'm not going to talk about it, but they did. My home base was at Camp Eiler, just on the backside of Kimpo Air Base. I was there for approximately 3 days and sent up to what we called Tent City. It was Camp Bravo, we called it Tent City. And it was just outside of the DMZ. It was just on the north side of Peju, I believe, in the 2nd Aviation Battalion. From there was about 30 of us that went TDY up into the DMZ, and we spent most of our time going from camp to camp to camp as we were building roads, paving the roads, and we paved a lot of them in the JSA area. Right up to the Bridge of No Return, where numerous times we came under assault along by the Bridge of No Return. And we, not like the previous engineers, when they were ambushed, they didn't have weapons. They smartened up, and we were carrying. And we spent a lot of time off the equipment and hitting the ditch and returning fire along the Bridge of No Return area. This picture here was from 1969 of one of the, I think that was the South Gate. Yeah. And I took that out of our yearbook. And when I returned to Korea with the revisit program in this past November, after 51 years, I was just in amazement of how much Seoul was built up compared to what this picture is right here. And because I never saw anything south of Seoul in my 18 months over there. I was always up in the DMZ, and we only went back to Camp Eiler for like 2 months. We lived in tents, and they didn't believe that Camp Bravo existed. So that's why I've got this picture here, and C Company was actually with us at this point. It was B and C Company was at this, what we call Tent City, Camp Bravo. You will not find it on any military maps. It's non-existent. And you could see what we were living in for 18 months, except for a couple months when we went back to Camp Isler, was GP medium tents. That little round one in the middle was our captain's tent, Captain Owen C. Moore. He lives in Peachtree, Georgia. And the only building that wasn't a tent was the latrine right there in the front. Okay, and it was cold in this area. This is a better picture. There was 8 soldiers in each tent. And it was cold. We had pot-belly diesel stoves to keep us warm. So we were breathing in a lot of stuff we shouldn't have been breathing in. And you can see the guard tower in the background. And this is a picture that if you look right to the left of that guard tower, on the top of that hill is where we brought up a Connex, a 12 by 12 Connex for our communication tower. What we did is I actually made the road along that ridge with a bulldozer. Then we strapped that on with chains to the blade of the bulldozer and brought it up there. And that was our communication tower up there. And let me see what else I got here. It's just another, I must have went backwards. This is just a picture I took out of the yearbook. They called us a bunch of lifers, which I ended up re-enlisting. I spent 6 years in the Army. Let's see. I was 17 years old in this picture. These 290 earth scrapers was what we used a lot to get river rock to the rock crusher. And then also, after that was crushed, we used these 290s to haul it to the asphalt plant, where the asphalt was made by a company. And when we went up to the DMZ, this is the approach to Libby Bridge, Freedom Bridge. Okay, old railroad bridge. Planks were put down so it could be used as a, regular bridge. And they weren't sure of, even though it was a railroad bridge, the weight capacity of those planks. And I went across with a 290 loaded with crushed rock, weighing a little over 200,000 pounds. And then after I got across safely, the rest of the convoy came with us. And I didn't do this is a picture I took from the 290 going across the bridge. And this is part of the crew up in the DMZ. That was mostly A company, 76 engineers, and paving the road. And this was getting closer and closer to December of 1969. And it was getting colder, so we only could go so far with the asphalt on temperature. Once it got too cold, we couldn't put it down no more. And that's when we actually did go back to Camp Isler for a couple of months. And then we returned back up to the DMZ to continue paving roads up in the DMZ. And this is when we went back to Camp Isler. The two of us, this was 3 days before we were leaving. Well, this is actually the day we were leaving Korea to return to the States. And that's Sergeant Sipko. We were good friends. And the picture wasn't in order, but this is a picture from the revisit program of this year, of last year. And when we came to this area, the Bridge of No Return, it brought back some memories of what a bunch of us went through while we were there. I think I had a second picture of it. No, this is a picture of our group, the revisit group. And like Kevin had said earlier, we went over as strangers and we came back as family. We were all very tight. We talked, and it was a great time. I mean, it was just an unbelievable trip back after 51 years. And this was us all standing on the North Korea side of the table. And in the background, you can see there is a gentleman back there to make sure none of us tried to go out that door into North Korea. Not that we'd want to. But this was the group that went over, and it was just a fantastic time. And I need to thank the KDVA for that. Okay, well, I'll go back to the other one. No, okay. But while we were over there, we became very good friends. We had a very, very tight schedule on things we did, places we went, and the Korean ministry was just fantastic. We had younger guys that would follow us around to make sure that everything was good, and the funny part when we were over there was they took us shopping, and they said, don't go down any alleys. Well, don't tell me that, because I'm going down that alley. And my wife and I, Claire over here, we walked down the alley, and we're down there a little bit, and then we turned around to come back, and the young Korean's standing there going like this. He says, don't do that again. But it was a fantastic time, and I enjoyed my time in Korea. I was so glad to go back with the Revisit program. My wife fell in love with the culture and the people of Korea, and we are returning on our own October 5th for a week. We're going back over, and we're gonna meet up with the two ladies that were our guides and have dinner with them. And we also made friends with a warrant officer from Camp Humphreys, and him and his wife live off base, and we're gonna get together with them and go out and do some sightseeing with them. I really don't have too much more to say.
Okay, well, thank you, Rocky. Thank you, sir, very much. Okay, take a couple of questions or comments for Rocky. Yes, sir, please. Just state your name, please, and then question. Thank you.
Michael Choi Kim from the Department of State. First, thank you. Michael Choi Kim from the Department of State. Rocky, we met yesterday, and I really want to thank the veterans, the DMZ veterans. I knew about the access incident of the 70s, but I didn't know, in that 66 to 69 period, just so much live fire and carnage. Thank you for continuing to protect the ROK. So this is actually a question more like for everyone who spoke, especially from Colonel Maxwell on down. So I guess, what do Generation X and all the generations that follow really need to know about basically, the ongoing conflict, the DMZ, and not knowing just in their minds, but in their hearts? Because I think, I was over at U.S. Embassy Seoul from 2014 to 2016. And it's kind of, since, as you saw in Seoul, very modern, slick. It seems, it's so many, even for Americans, creature comforts. It's great, it's like being in Paris or Tokyo. So the threat, it seems out of mind. And so I guess that's one of the things I wonder. And of course, I saw, or I heard about the landmine incident when the Koreans got hurt, and then we really stepped up our game with the military exercises that year. So that was like when I kind of, in Koreans would say, 실감이 났다, 피부에 느낀다. I kind of felt it.
So
but then it kind of went away.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
So that's just my comment.
Specifically,
Sorry.
what was the question?
So, I mean, basically, what do, Generation X and beyond, what do they really need to know so that they don't become complacent with the threat, but at the same time, not just totally vilifying North Korea?
Good, thank you.
I really don't know what to say about that, but like they call it the forgotten war, and I think, like Deed was saying, that the generations nowadays need to understand what happened in Korea back then and not get so laid back about it because of the threats from North Korea. And I think they really need to understand the whole story of what's going on over there. And I will mention that I forgot to mention that during my time up in the DMZ, we used a lot of Agent Orange. And I am 100% disabled from my Agent Orange, for my heart, carotid arteries and everything. It took me a long time to get it because they said you weren't there. Okay, they said your unit was not in the DMZ. We were. I have pay records saying I was TDY to the 2nd Infantry Division, hazardous duty pay, and they kept denying my claim. And I ended up going to the board in Washington, D.C. for my final appeal, and they approved me. Okay, but there's a lot of soldiers that were over there exposed to Agent Orange that are still being denied to this day. All right, I was talking to a gentleman who's not here. He was with the Air Force, and he was up in the DMZ on occasions, and he's got some of the conditions from Agent Orange, and they said you weren't, the Air Force was never in the DMZ. All right, they were. Okay, but that's stuff that the people now, the Generation X, whatever you want to call them, need to understand about Korea. There's a lot of denial of what happened over there. And that time frame, like Dave was saying, is classified, it was talked about as the Second Korean War. And it didn't end in December '69, it went on further. All right? So it wasn't just a certain time frame and that was it. Hostilities stopped. They kept going. I mean, were they large firefights? No. But a lot of stuff that the people back home didn't understand, you don't know about it because Vietnam was on its high stages then. Everything was Vietnam, Vietnam, Vietnam. Nothing was brought up about Korea, what was going on in the DMZ area. It was pushed under the rug. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Rock. You really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, we're running a little behind. So, again, we have a lunch period coming up. We again ask you to, if you want to go and have a more intimate conversation with our speakers, please do so. Something to just keep in mind. Yesterday, General Abrams, the former commander of the United Nations Combined Forces Command in USFK, said that he lives in the Middle East, not Middle East, in the Midwest in the United States, right? And he talked about how people there had no clue, about Korea. So especially for everybody in this room and every member of KDVA, you have a personal story. And that can help people in better ways than any scholar can to better understand why Korea is important. Why should Korea matter to Americans? Well, you have the best way of telling people that, okay, really, all right? So please do that, and we really encourage you to, and if you have stories to share, please share them with KDVA so we can share it with everybody, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch, whether it's at the Mayflower or neighboring wonderful restaurants, and we're back here at 1:30. 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. run a show? On the conference one, thank you. Okay, so now we're at Combined Forces Command. He's the first one. He's got video and slides, I believe. Yep, that's what I said. Video first. Okay. Okay. Okay, so he's going to have it. So when he says video, you guys will just play the video, right? Yep. Okay. Yeah, people can't see it. I didn't realize they couldn't see it. Here we go. Great. All right. Let's lower the volume. goes through his slides. Okay, beautiful. Great. Okay, so fantastic. So he does his, and then the next group is the KUSAF Veterans Association. Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Looks good. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Now we do the local chapters. Okay, great. Good. All right. Hold on a second. Okay, then we go on a long break. Hospitality rooms and fleet. He's got some stuff that he's going to go. Okay, ooh, wow, nice wow, nice pictures. Okay, great, sir. Thank you very much. And then USCAF. Okay. Great. It's like an Indian head. Great. 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 Great executive law partners, closing, reunion dinner, and then just on reel. Okay, good. All right. Looks great. Thank you very much. What was this? Oh, stuff to show. She didn't show. She should have showed it. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Move to the left so that we can get it. Yeah, what happened was we moved it. Okay. No, I don't like it like that. Cover my face. This has been, for me, this has been very good. Thank you. No, I did that because if anybody is my height or shorter, they can't see half of it. So that's why I moved it back a little. All right, good. That's the way it should have ran this morning. Thank you.
Test, test. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
So I know who to introduce. Okay, so I think our folks are returning a little bit late for lunch, so we'll start around we'll start around 1:35. Okay? Start around 1:35. Okay, we'll start here in a couple of minutes. Who thinks they went the furthest away for lunch? Who thinks they went the furthest away from here for lunch? Across the street. Yes. Army-Navy Club, that's like 3-4 blocks away. Okay, now you guys are amateurs. We have somebody that went to Annandale and came back on time. Actually, next year when we do this, and if we do it in D.C., we'll need to consider busing everybody to a Korean restaurant in Annandale. So you set us a good example. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll just go ahead and get started for our second part of the day, and this is session 3, KDVA workshops. So the intent of the workshops is to bring organizations that have a mutual desire to help the ROK-U.S. Alliance as well as our veterans. Specifically, it is to help you personally so that you understand that there are resources out there that want to help you. And also, we want the resources to arm you better so that when you go back into your communities and your own circles of influence, you're better prepared to help carry out KDVA's mission. So we heard the wonderful personal stories. I tell you, just literally, you can't match it. Now we're doing organizations that are really supportive of the Alliance and veterans. And no better way to kick it off than with the Combined Forces Command in Korea and Colonel Richard Butler. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Colonel Butler.
Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, it's good to see you as always. One of my best bosses and personal mentor. Thank you. Going after lunch is always tough, and I did have lunch, so if you hear me snoring up here. The first thing I want to say is this is my first time at a lectern since COVID started. So we should all be out, seeing each other without masks. Also, for the morning session, you know, I'm old enough now that the perspective of what it means to be a veteran is a very different thing from when I started. And you sharing your stories of when you were young really brings me back. And my ties to Korea start with a grandfather who was recalled after World War II to go to Korea. He died young, and I didn't get a chance to know him really well, but it still sort of resonates in a big way. And also, my good neighbor across the street was a veteran of Korea in '52, and he's in failing health, unfortunately. But my mom spent the last 2 months with me in Seoul with my family, and she and him were trading stories. He also mentioned that the only thing that looks the same is the train station, and is really helping him, you know, go through his last days, which, you know, also brought a tear to my mom's eyes as well. So, listen, this all matters, and that's sort of I think the lesson I'm taking away from it. And what I'm going to do is try not to turn this into an academic representation of what we do in Korea as mission, but try to tie together who we are, what the missions are that we do, and why it's important, and why Korea should remain a duty station of choice. It took me 26 years to make it to Korea full time, but boy, am I glad I did. So I'm gonna start off with a video from the command. We'll see if we make it work, and then you're gonna listen to me talk, and it'll go downhill after the video. Oh, it worked.
My apologies. We're having just a little bit of audio issue that's getting recorded. So we're just going to pause for just a couple minutes for them to just work on technical glitch. Okay, so let's play some trivia. And people that, like General Brooks, you cannot answer. Okay, so 7,000 plus, right? Is that right? I thought it was 3,000 something. 7,000 something? Okay, yeah, wonderful. See, I learned something just talking to myself. Okay, anything else? Okay, so which airport in the world is the best airport in the world? Incheon. For how many years in a row? Over a decade. It's like 12 years in a row. Best airport in the world. Again, Steve Lee not making this stuff up. Go just Google it. It might even be 14, man. I lost track. Okay, we're back on track. So, Richard, I'm sorry, man, for the technical glitch. You got it, buddy. Thanks.
Okay, I think we can go back to slides. Aha. So we're going to talk a little bit about where we are in the world and why. And this is important. So on the why are we the linchpin and why Korea matters. This map says a lot about the globally integrated nature of what we do around the world as allies and partners. And we're obviously keying in on Northeast Asia, but if you look at the wider Pacific, Indo-Pacific, the economic center of gravity shifted back over Asia. Most of the large economies, biggest booming economies, India. We've already heard this morning about, obviously the size of the Korean economy, size of the state of Indiana, 52 million people. It's much more than the miracle on the Han. It's the miracle of Korea at this point. And Japan, obviously, a strong economic powerhouse. And then China and Russia. One of them an economic powerhouse, one of them not so much. And what's the value proposition associated with both of those? I want to begin with the quote, not begin, but there's a quote on an epitaph on at the memorial about that our sons and daughters went to defend a country they never knew and a people they never met. But that's not the complete story anymore. It really needs to be amended to say, so that we may know each other well. There's a purpose behind what happened in 1950 and 1953. And I think we're missing the point of the alliance with Korea and the United States and the alliance system. And the things we have done to set up the free and open Indo-Pacific and the world order that exists coming out of World War II and that must continue to exist because it benefits literally billions at this point. Historically, it mattered, and we're just not understanding the importance of what happened and what continues to happen as the alliance evolves over the course of time. The linchpin is that it is of strategic importance. If you look at the terrain of the Indo-Pacific, the financial flows, the information flows, the traditional trade that crosses the water and goes through the air, the science and technology and research that drives the 21st century economy starts and ends with our close alliance partners. And it matters. Because we're the liberal democracies with the free and open markets that drove all that change, that enabled economies in Southeast Asia to rise after the economies of Northeast Asia rose. So just keeping that in mind is critically important. The other thing is if you draw a circle around the edge of China, including the Uyghurs, suppressed population, and you go around and you come through Japan and you go down through Australia and you make that circle, in about 20 years, more people are going to live in that circle than live outside of it. So economics, populations, trade, flows, rising militaries, soon to be 7 of the largest 10. Most of the nuclear powers in that circle. It's a changed Indo-Pacific. And America is an Indo-Pacific nation, has been since the late 1700s when we first started trade with what we refer to as the Near East from the European perspective, but maybe it's America's Near West. If we go to the next slide here real quick. Oh, and on the bottom, let me mention the bottom real quick. The bottom represents what KJU and his cronies have been up to in 2021. And I'm being a little hyperbole, But there was a fair amount of stability, little military action, and some diplomacy as we ended 2021. It wasn't great. Some of the diplomatic actions that started, like re-enabling the phones between Seoul and Pyongyang, got broken pretty quickly. But he was still adhering to the no nuclear tests, and he was still adhering to the no missile tests. We'll compare that to the end of what we see in 2022. The Republic of Korea is an ever-changing, in-motion society and government. And living there is absolutely fascinating from a cultural perspective and from a diplomatic perspective and from a political perspective. You've got to pay attention to the domestic politics in Korea and understand that the left and right limits don't mean that the left are bad and doesn't mean the right is perfect. It's just like every other human system that's ever been set up since the dawn of time. But what's happened over the course of the last 70 years, the miracle on the Han, which I would call the miracle on the Han Plus, because it's not about Seoul anymore. It's about the whole nation. When you drive north, south, east, west, the metropolises that are growing up and the industry that grows up with them is amazing. So if you look at Pyeongtaek, my estimation is that in 15 years, you won't be able to see rice paddies between the edge of the base and Pyeongtaek City, because the road networks and the transportation networks that are going in and support Camp Humphreys are also bringing industry down to Pyeongtaek. It's the natural way of doing business. Where do the roads go? Same way that Amazon and Google figure out where to put their warehouses. Their foreign policy and their military policy are aligning. So foreign policy there's a new South policy and a new North policy that's looking to economic advantage and integration in the wider Indo-Pacific, which is a little different. Japan tends to be a little inward-looking. Korean businesses are looking outward. And they're looking outward in different ways. So if you look at the THAAD golf course problems that plagued the relationship between the United States, the Chinese Communist Party, and Seoul back in the 2017 timeframe, that year about 1,000 Korean businesses decided they were going to up and leave after the sanctions were put on them. Most of them moved to Southeast Asia. Great local population base, free markets, they're open for change down there. So things right-size themselves over time. You also see that they've embraced the free and open Indo-Pacific, just like all of the other United States allies and partners in the region and throughout the world, because they know the gravity of what's going to happen in that region over the next several years. The other thing I think we fail to recognize is that the Republic of Korea and the alliance between us changes generationally to meet new threats and challenges. We tend to be relatively myopic over what happens. But there were significant changes before Vietnam. There were significant changes after Vietnam. There were significant changes in the early 90s. And we're at the end of Strategic Alliance 2012, COP-P, and the future CFC. We're coming up on the end of that, which means that it's time for the alliance, and you heard some of it today, and what the minister said, I think, resonates. What's next? How do we envision that? Based on the changing strategic and operational threat environment that crosses taking a look at Defense Reform 2.0 and said, it's not good enough. We're going to do Defense Initiative 4.0. I have yet to know what that looks like. But if you combine that with the fact that they're starting to look at what their Indo-Pacific strategy evolves to, combined with where they're at in terms of military change to meet the threat, we're beginning to look, once again, more like an even stronger alliance. I think that's something to carry forward as you talk about the missions on the peninsula and in the region. Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be an automatic display. we remain steadfast in all the actions and responses to any provocations that happen from North Korea. See if I can. China. It's pretty clear that some of the changes that the international community expected out of China to be more democratic, more open market, are not coming true. That's clearly written in many of the strategies, including our own in the United States, how you deal with strategic competition associated with China. It's, we have to remember that they have a strategy. It's out in the open. It's translated. The strategy clearly says that they want to be a world power by 2049. The China dream, the problems with their last 23rd wayward province in Taiwan still resonate and reverb throughout the region every single day. The idea that they can use coercive diplomacy, and by they I mean the Chinese Communist Party, particularly under its current leader, creates some significant problems for the alliance system because they will move fast, alliance systems move slow. They would love to isolate and break that alliance system. They prefer to do it non-militarily, but we should be alarmed at the rate that they're growing their military to be expeditionary, lethal, and separate the United States from allies in the Indo-Pacific. And my sense is, talking with my friends and counterparts in Korea, is that there's an increasing awareness of that, and that's part of the dialogue of change and how you deal with that. It's tough. It's tough business to be able to have those discussions, and they have to happen at the pace and tempo of the alliance. And that's why, for example, just a simple example, Strategic Alliance 2012, which resulted in COP-P and the future CFC and sort of the changes that you oversaw while you were there, when we changed it from a CORECOM ROK-JCS relationship to a CFC, future CFC relationship. Keep that strong C2 intact. That resonates in that you got to have those discussions over time. And the Strategic Alliance 2012, as far as I can figure out, the earliest discussion those actually date back to the turn of the century. It's truly generational. And how that relates to the PRC and the physical or virtual terrain control they'd like to achieve over time, I think makes those discussions even more critical over the coming years. The other thing to remember with the PRC is, they're not exactly friendly to human rights. You mentioned the Uyghurs. Population control, consistent monitoring, the GAP. That's not the values that exist in our alliance. And if you talk to our societies about it, I don't think that's how they want to live either. Shifting to Japan, another post-World War II success effort, and the importance of how Japan, the United States, and Korea come together and work a little better together each and every day, each and every month, each and every year, is another consistent trend. But again, it has to go at the pace of the alliances. I think if you can take a positive story out of a negative story, is the coercive diplomacy that exists coming out of the Chinese Communist Party and the regime in North Korea makes some of those discussions a little easier to have. That's, I guess, a fortunate byproduct of an unfortunate situation. Japan's well regarded internationally, just like the Republic of Korea, for its human rights, its ability to export security in a positive light, their journey into the Quad and what's becoming the Quad Plus, which includes some discussions with Seoul. But again, tough things to work. And to paraphrase my boss who was here this morning, those three alliance systems, those three plus the Australians is a pretty good winning combination in the Indo-Pacific. I think we could all agree on that, hopefully. Russia. I tacitly refer to Russia as the spoiler. They're a not great power that desires to remain a great power on a single-legged economy, a military that has not done well in the Ukraine, and another country that we had hoped for, a democratic, more open market coming out of the Cold War that we overestimated would happen. And they, too, would like to change the rules by which we play. We wouldn't have terms like gray zone warfare if it weren't for Russia starting that back in the early 2000s. Again, they've got some challenges with human rights. And they want to continue to show strength. And we're going to learn a lot over the coming months, I think, in the Ukraine, as they try to figure out how they work their conventional force to achieve some end state that is not their original end state. And we'll also learn a lot about strategic escalation as they perhaps continue to nuclear saber rattle. They are the only true country in the world that believes that we're going to have a conventional and nuclear doctrine that can be enabled. So we have to watch that closely because the rest of our allies and partners and potential adversaries are going to watch that. And then going to the north, to DPRK, it's still a country that is really at full mobilization, but they're decaying at the rate that their conventional military can perform because they haven't invested in new capabilities and their training's lower and lower each year. Obviously, they have invested in the asymmetric threats, missile systems, nuclear systems, cyber, SOF, that create significant challenges if the armistice were to break. And obviously, their first goal is to defend the regime and then to defend the state. You got to keep that in mind as you figure out what's next with Korea, or North Korea. Everybody knows the human rights problems, the living conditions. Watching COVID spread rapidly through North Korea right now should be a surprise to nobody. The only thing that's a surprise to me is that it took this long. And then we're working hard, recognizing that the threat has changed, both from how we implement strategy in the alliance and also how we implement planning in the alliance. And like China, they're helping pull the alliance system together because they now threaten other allies and partners, including Japan and the United States, directly. And on the peninsula, we have a really unique, sorry, I should have pressed that again, organization of 3 commands. Staff's generally separated with multiple flag officers wearing multiple hats. Starting with UNC at the top, their job is to, establish under UNCR 84, their job is now to defend and enforce the armistice, and then work with UN sending states should the need arise if armistice breaks. That includes there's 16 sending states that we count right now. It involves Department of Defense coordination, Department of State coordination, and up to the ambassador to the UN for annual reports. The middle part, CFC, where I work as the Alliance Plans Chief, is the warfighting command, as you saw in the video. Using combined delegated authority, the commander can use joint doctrine, direct training, and oversee exercises and the responsibility to make sure that should the armistice break, that we can go to change OPCON so U.S. and Korean forces come together under CFC to win that fight, to defend South Korea and win. It's unique. We have an alliance coordination system where all guidance comes through bilateral unified channels at the national authority level between the presidents, the secretaries, and the chairman. With the CFC commander, the person receiving that guidance to execute. And then the third command, USFK, has a responsibility in a U.S. unilateral lane to be ready to fight tonight and integrate into the CFC. They do critical missions in the rear area to make sure we can receive forces and echelon them forward for combat, as well as executing critical U.S. unilateral missions as required. For forward deterrence, our presence on the Penn matters. Everyone says, oh, you're leaving Seoul, you're leaving Yongsan. There's a reason to leave Yongsan. Yongsan is the hub and near Ministry of National Defense, but it's a horrible place to fight from. Not a great place for CFC to be. Pyeongtaek's a pretty good choice. It gets us out of some of the long-range artillery fire, gives us the ability to respond in a more rapid manner while not under duress. And it's not the only places we are. We're still all over the peninsula as a U.S. part of the alliance, doing very important missions every single day as we prepare to defend the Republic of Korea. Conventional deterrence is a hallmark of U.S. strategy, as I suspect you all know, both conventional and extended deterrence, that the U.S. gives that umbrella to our allies and partners. And we're seeing that witnessed in the Ukraine today, as extended deterrence is on the table, and there's active discussions about how NATO gets defended if required. The other thing to remember is it's not really just about deterrence. There's an assurance piece of that as well. We deter our adversaries, but we assure our allies. So doing that forward every single day matters. You can't do that from the continental United States. It just doesn't happen. You have to be tight with your allies, training with them every single day, looking them in the eye, having discussions and figuring out how you're going to solve real problems. That actually matters. As already mentioned, the cost sharing that the ROK government does is higher than all of our other allies. They're pulling their weight, is that what I would say. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about repositioning inside of the Indo-Pacific, and that maybe we're over-invested in Northeast Asia. I think it's not quite that way. We're invested in Northeast Asia for the right reasons. We're under-invested in other places in the Indo-Pacific that we're trying to remedy. And as the threat changes, deterring in multiple directions to multiple adversaries becomes an increasing challenge. This slide sort of just is a bit of a summary. Good things that are happening. We're coming out of our COVID stance and also our 2017-18 stance of sort of slowing down our exercise pace. There's a readiness part of that. So we're ramping up exercises, we're ramping up field training exercises, combined field training exercises. We're ready to respond to DPRK missile and nuclear tests across the alliance functions. And we will, indeed, we do go together. And what that means, and I want to touch a little bit, so we talked a lot about the mission. Missions draw as the mission. The self-worth of the service members doing their job is like the most critical factor of what we do and why you go to Korea. The mission matters, period. But you already talked about Humphreys, the other garrisons that are being improved. Family quality of life is amazing in Korea. On post, off post. We share cultural heritage at this point after 70 years. My daughter's grown up almost her entire life somewhere in the Indo-Pacific. Most of her friends are Asian. Her friends lovingly refer to her as a reverse Twinkie. She's white on the outside and yellow on the inside. She listens to K-pop, does K-drama. Hey, guess what? My wife's lived there long enough in the Indo-Pacific, she does the same thing. Hangul. I am not learning Hangul. I'm a foreign language dud. And then touching upon the relationships, being able to sit with my deputy every single day and have detailed conversations, sometimes multiple times, because translating between two languages takes time. You have to take the time to make the alliance work. It matters. because these are hard, it's hard. So hearing you talk about KUSAFs and how you work together, really was just amazing. And the other thing I'll remind you all of is when you're in a close-knit, tight organization that works well together, losing a soldier, whether it's a KUSA, somebody in CFC staff, ROK-U.S, it hurts. It really does hurt because you are an ally and you are friends and you fight for each other. And that's also part of the alliance, and that's also part of being forward with your friends. So I take that very literally at this point. So I'm going to pause there, and hopefully you've got some questions and you can stump me.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, really appreciate Rich, wonderful. Gave us a strategic overview of the entire environment in Korea, as well as in his personal experiences and why Korea is an assignment of choice for him. So any questions for Rich? Yes, okay. From one Rich to another.
Good afternoon, Rich Lenz. I'm the Hawaii chapter president of KDVA, and during the daytime, my job is the Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center, USERPAC's CTC that's under development. And so, as a plans officer and a member of the CFC, thank you for your presentation. And my question is are you looking at increasing the number of combined exercises that the Republic of Korea does with the U.S. outside of the Korean Peninsula?
Yeah, actually, I know Indo-PACOM's working that in detail on how you support more exercises off the peninsula. So simple example, RIMPAC, they sent their brand new big deck Murado, I believe one of their submarines. But yeah, there's definitely a push to and I think from the Korean side as well, that where else do we fit? Again, it's a slow discussion. I apologize for not being able to answer the details of where that's going, but yeah, that's definitely in the cards.
So not just increased exercise activity on the peninsula, but also in the region. Fantastic. Okay, please.
Thank you. I do have a question. You mentioned that there's this circle from China all the way to Australia. Can you elaborate what that would be?
Just using it as an example to say if you drew that circle, in about 20 years, more people will live inside that circle than outside of it. So it's just the idea of population density. Not because birth rates are higher in China, but birth rates in Northeast Asia are low. The major economies in Northeast Asia have hit what they call the death cliff, where there's more deaths per year than there are births per year. But if you look at the other parts of the region, the population rates are up, and if you're already starting with like China, it's at 1.3 billion, plus India, that circle means something. Population density usually, along with economic power, portends large-scale military investment, additional frictions over resource management, and then the potential that conflict increases.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm the former chairman of the KUSAF Veterans Association.
Sir.
So I'd like to actually ask you, what is the, you have any idea how to improve the strategic planning for KUSAF program for in the future? Because I got a lot of requests or sort of discussion with 8th Army Commander regarding they need much more KUSAFs compared to the previously they provided. At the moment, the number of KUSAFs has been decreased by year by year. So do you have any strategic planning to discuss with this government and Korean government to increase the KUSAFs? Because I understand that the USFK, they need much more KUSAFs than before then. That's my question.
I can't answer that specifically, but what I'll offer is the demands placed on the conscription system in general, because we draw our KUSAFs off the conscription system, is going to be more and more challenging. So if you look at the defense reform initiatives inside of the ROK government, and mostly from the ROK, and specifically for the ROK Army, over the next couple of years, they're going to lose 120,000 troops from the formations because of the combination of conscription going to 18 months and the pool that the ROK government can actually draw from to create army. So the priority's got to be to the ROK government and its warfighting demands, I would suspect. That means that they've got to be able to deal with moving from a 7-core capability now to, in 2025, having a 5-core capability. And I think everything else, where those conscripts go and where that expertise goes, sort of becomes a trickle-down effect. So that the thought that there's going to be a dramatic rise in KUSAFs, I think would be a bit of a challenge. I'm not saying it can't happen, but my estimate is it's hard because of all the priorities that pull the military in different directions. Is that a fair answer?
Okay, Rich, great. Thank you very much, Rich. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's a good segue. So our next organization is the KUSAF Veterans Association. So just as a reminder, hey, they're the organization that sponsored our wonderful reception before the Twilight Tattoo, in which the Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Christine Wormuth, attended. And so they're a strong partner and supporter of KDVA. I strongly believe in what KUSAFs mean for both American and Korean societies. Because of what they did in 8th Army in Korea, then they grow up and they go out into different sectors of both the Korean and American societies. So they do tremendous work for both, and we're really looking forward to hearing all the progress and great work that the KUSAF Veterans Association is doing. So this is Mr. Yang Ji-young. So please, let's welcome him.
Hello. I'm Ji-young Yang, and I'm a general manager at the KUSAF Veterans Association. If you are wondering, this is a KUSAF section here today, and I'm glad that to be here today, by the way, and actually I'm glad to have the opportunity to introduce the KUSAF program as well as the KUSAF Veterans Association to you. So, as you may know, KUSAF stands for Korean Augmentation to the United States Army. The KUSAF program was initiated on August 15, 1950, through an informal agreement between the President of the Republic of Korea, Seung-man Lee, and the Commander-in-Chief of United Nations Command and General of the Army, Douglas A. MacArthur. On 15 August, the very first KUSAFs were assigned to an U.S. Army unit, augmenting the U.S. forces, and under the command of the U.S. Army commanders. And with that, the KUSAF Veterans Association, also known as the KVA, is an organization that consists of people who have served as a Korean augmentation to the United States Army soldiers. And the KVA initially was formed in 2007, legally incorporated as a non-profit organization in 2013, and recognized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea. Now, the KVA has reserve branches across the Republic of Korea and overseas. As of 2022, the total estimated number of the KUSAFs is around 300,000, including Korean War KUSAF veterans. And there are around 10,000 regular members who are officially registered in KVA. And the key role of the KVA is to support the ROK-U.S. relationship and strengthen the alliance between the two by providing cultural exchanges program and promoting the well-being of Korean War and defense veterans and KUSAF veterans. Also, the KVA supports the welfare of active duty KUSAF soldiers as well as service members of the United States Forces Korea. As civil diplomats, KVA members will continuously support the U.S. service members and foreign service members, especially from countries that served in the Korean War as a member of United Nations forces. And we have many executives in the KVA, and we have the, actually here, we have the chairman, Mr. Kim Hae-sung. Could you please stand up? And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause, please. Sorry about that. Can't really check the sound here. Is it okay now? And then we also have Mr. Kim Jong-uk, Emeritus Chairman, and also board member of the KDVA and the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. Please stand up. Thank you. We have ongoing activities including the KUSAF Award ceremony and dinner, and memorial ceremony of a Korean War fallen soldiers, change of a command, change of responsibility ceremony. There, actually, we present a plaque of appreciation to our service members for their exceptional service in Korea. And we also support for Army Birthday Ball, support for KUSAF and U.S. Army Friendship Week, Manchu training, and we support and participation. We participate in between 2008 and 2015, and we plan to resume a program 2023 in Seoul. We support for KUSAF Training Academy KTA graduation ceremony as well. And the following are some of the recent events that the KVA was a part of. Here on the slide, you can see that this MOU ceremony with the KDVA was held on 1st December 2021, agreeing to work together to strengthen the bilateral alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States. In the picture shown on the screen, the president of the KDVA, General Vincent Brooks, is standing in the center, and the chairman of the KVA, Mr. Kim Hae-sung, is standing next to him. And next slide, the Wall of Remembrance donation ceremony was held at the Korean War Memorial on April 15th, 2022. The KVA, together with the KDVA, donated $50,000 for the Wall of Remembrance in Washington, D.C. And this picture is from the 2022 Best KUSAF U.S. Soldier Award ceremony, which was held at Camp Casey on June 9th last month. Mr. Kim Bong-jae, Vice Chairman of the KVA, was inducted into the Second ID KUSAF Hall of Fame during the ceremony. And the photo here is from the United States Army 247th Birthday Ball, where KVA leadership, including the chairman, emeritus chairman, and vice chairman, attended. Lastly, the change of a command ceremony of the 28th and 29th Republic Korea Army Support Group Commander was held on June 30th, 2022 at KUSAF Training Academy, Camp Humphreys. We also presented the outgoing commander a plaque of appreciation. And this was just a brief summary about the KUSAF Veterans Association. Please feel free to say hello to hello to us when you see us around. Thank you for your time, and 같이 갑시다.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so any questions or comments or shared experiences with KUSAFs? Please keep comments short and relevant to the topic. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm Kevin Miller, president of the KDVA Georgia chapter. Quick question. A lot of us Korea defense veterans earlier had talked about our interactions with KUSAFs and how much you helped us with understanding. What was the reciprocity? How did we help you, or what did the KUSAF experience working with the U.S. military? What did a KUSAF gain in that same respect, or what do you feel in that respect?
Thank you for your question. That's actually a big question, bigger than, it sounds bigger than actually it is, because the relationships that we've been emphasizing actually over the period of time today, we have a great relationship between the U.S. And the ROK Army, and, well, of course, KUSAF is the backbone of the alliance. Here, I think it's not about gaining what we need, or it's all about defending what we need to defend. So when it comes to that, when, of course, as we talked about relationship, if we have a good relationship and we work together well, then we will both have a great times working together in their positions. And KUSAF, as well as just like earlier in the morning session, we've been sharing all of our stories, right? KUSAF, they probably have all their stories as well, like I do too. We can mutually understand culture. Yes, starting from culture. Language is a big difference. So many of you probably, if you do not, I met a lot of American soldiers who were surprised because some KUSAFs were, maybe their English was not good enough. But through, by working together, they can actually enhance, maybe improve their English as well. And then they can actually mutually understand how they think. It's not just about language, it's about culture. Language is very heavily connected with the language, right? Korean as well, English as well. With that, so we share thoughts. And we basically from, okay, KUSAF start from private, and then they get promotions, sergeants. And by the time they're about to ETS, they miss you, you know? They miss you a lot. So what happened to me? I've been contacting almost everyone. And then we actually met in Florida, in Virginia, you know, it happens. And then one of them, I actually taught Korean language. Now he's married to a Korean woman. Yeah. So a lot of things happening, and then I can, like, sometimes I can see that people change, you know, it's a life change. With that, I do not want to talk too much about how we can do, how to enhance the alliance, ROK-U.S. alliance, because we've been talking a lot. Here, maybe if you, by the way, if you have any questions about any stories about KUSAF or them, feel free to ask them. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so remember this gentleman because in a couple of decades, he's going to be like one of these guys. And the reason I point that out is if you look at the resumes of the gentlemen that are sitting here in the KUSAF table, it is business, but also a love for the alliance. And so each member of the KUSAF senior leadership here has an experience that connects both the United States and Korea. And they'll tell you, it all started from their experience as KUSAFs. So again, one of these days, someone might be going to him for a job. Okay, so just keep him in mind, and we thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so to close out the first group of our workshop is the KDVA local chapters, and in December we started our first U.S. chapter in Hawaii. We did it with the kickoff ceremony. We did it concurrently with the Alliance Peace Conference there in Hawaii, and we did it specifically in Hawaii because not too many people know the importance of Hawaii in connecting South Korea and the United States. And oh, by the way, we were very fortunate to go and visit Indo-PACOM, and so it was a fantastic Alliance Peace Conference. And while we were there, we started the first chapter with Rich Lenz, and again, we're about to start the second one in Atlanta for the Georgia chapter, and that's going to be led by Kevin Miller. So Rich Lenz and Kevin Miller will talk about our local chapters in the United States. So welcome, please.
Kevin's got the clicker. All right, thank you for that introduction, Steve. General Brooks, General Jung, first off, thank you for the opportunity to be a local chapter president. Before it was, it was one of those overseas assignments, Germany, Italy, Korea, so I was trying to go. Didn't know that I would meet a young lady that would forever change my life. But it was the best decision I made was getting married to her. That was back in '98 that we met. I didn't actually go to Korea until 2001. From 2001 to 2004, I was up at Camp Casey in Dongducheon. Actually, back then it was called Tongducheon, TDC, instead of DDC. But with the correction of the translation, we got it right, and now it's Dongducheon. I was a company commander there with the Manchus in General Brooks's old battalion. In fact, we still used your tax op. It hadn't been updated since you were there in the 90s, sir. I left there, came back CONUS, did a rotation in Afghanistan, and then in 2009, I joined 2nd Infantry Division, second to none, down at Uijianbu at Camp Red Cloud for a year, and then I decided I wanted to go back and support the U.S. Army in our war efforts, and once again I was rotated over to Afghanistan. And then I came back to Korea in 2012. And in 2012, 2013 time period, I was with 2-9 again. I was blessed to be the S3 for 2-9 Infantry. And that Manchu miles, I did a couple of those. I did my 7th and 8th Manchu mile during that time period. And that's the reason why my knees are shot. So but it was fun times. We also, while I was there, for those that have been at the USFK CFC UNC headquarters, you've seen the picture of the tactical vehicle, the American vehicle, I believe it was a Bradley, doing a river crossing using a Korean engineer company's rafting equipment. That was us in 2-9 at that time, and my battalion commander, now Colonel Creamer, he's the Deputy J5 over in Korea for USFK. He made sure that we got plenty of good pictures and passed it around, and it got blown up, and it's probably still in some of those headquarters. We also took, and I asked sir about conducting training off the peninsula. In 2013, we went to Cobra Gold, and we brought our Katusas with us. And our Katusas, 3 of them were team leaders at that time. And that really shocked the Royal Thai Army. They were like, so they're Koreans? And we're like, yes. But they're team leaders in your squad. And we're like, yes. And actually, it was 2 team leaders. And one was so talented as a young man that he was made the squad leader as we were going through for a month time period as we were cycling through the personnel system to get a new staff sergeant in. And so it just blew their mind that we would entrust the Katusas that much. But that just goes to show you the strength of these individuals, that in their limited time, they developed their leadership skills in their second language, that they were able to lead soldiers from another country in their infantry combat skills. 2014, I came to the awareness of Colonel Lee, and he pulled me up to USFK. And for those that are with Indo-PACOM, I helped General Scaparrotti create the dirty word called Protect and Defend. I was his ghostwriter as he developed that package to help communicate to the DC the criticality of having U.S. forces during a crisis. From there, I stuck around, went over to the SJS section for a year, and inside of the USFK staff, I became a pariah because I was the one that helped them integrate the task management tool, or TMT, process that none of the staff wanted to ever answer. From there, my reward for good work was to become a member of the regular staff to answer TMTs. And so I went over to the 35. I was a ground planner, and this morning I was blessed to see Colonel Chang, who was my right-hand counterpart. We literally worked desk side to desk side, and all day we would argue and discuss the best way to do things. And then after 1800, we'd get up, we'd go get some samgyeopsal, have some soju and maekju, and we would continue those arguments well into the night. And next morning, get up and do the same thing. So this truly has been a reunion for me because I've been able to see so many individuals like that. Did that for a couple of years, and then my last year in Korea, I moved over to the Global Force Manager. Thought that was an easy position until I heard General Brooks say, "Chief, 3 months ago I asked for a historian team. What does it take to get a historian team?" And I'd only been in the position for a week, and I was like, man, I'm sure glad I'm not responsible for that. They got General Brooks upset. Went back from my notes from the transition the week prior, and I saw on there, historian team. Request from Indo-PACOM, follow up. And I was like, oh no. I need to get off of General Brooks' radar ASAP. And it only, I think, took us another 3 months to get them coordinated, sir. So, and that was it for me. And so that was my 11 years in Korea. I kind of did my own working return to Korea because I returned there three times. I served in Dongducheon, I served in Uijeonbu, I served in Seoul, and lastly, I served my last year in Pyeongtaek. And so that shows you my commitment, my desire to help to continue to perpetuate the Korean-U.S. alliance. And there's actually even more. On my wife's side, my father-in-law, he was a KUSAF with the 1st Cavalry Division. And right next to my pictures of me in uniform at our house, you'll see pictures of my father-in-law in his 1st Cavalry Division MP uniform. We were very proud of him for that. And his youngest brother was also a member of the Tiger Brigade. And he served with the U.S. forces inside of his Korean brigade in Vietnam for a year. And so the Korean-U.S. alliance goes deep inside of my family. And so that's a little bit about me, and I hope I didn't put too many people to sleep. But that's the reason why when Steve asked if you know anyone to do the job of being a Hawaii chapter president, because we're looking to start chapter presidencies, first thing I did was go ask a couple of colonels I knew that retired from Korea. And they said, hey, Rich, I got a lot of things going on, sorry. And on the third gentleman I asked, he goes, Rich, he's asking you. And I'm like, what? No, you need to be a colonel to be a chapter president. He goes, no, you don't. You just have to be, in it for the Korea-U.S. alliance. He goes, Rich, I don't know anybody else that has done 11 years in Korea. You should tell Steve that you're willing to do this. And I was like, oh, light bulb. It hadn't even occurred to me that I could be a chapter president, to tell you the truth. I was like, I had my successful career. I got out. I was like, I thought I was too junior. But no, it just takes passion for the alliance. Okay, Kevin, can we go to the next slide? So, as Steve alluded, we had a kickoff event back in December, and you can see on there that we had a ROK-U.S. Peace Conference. It was a great conference. We had a great discussion about the recovering of remains, the importance of Hawaii and the Indo-Pacific command structure in supporting the ROK-U.S. alliance. From there, I tried to reach out to other organizations. One of the things is that Kevin has experience with the nonprofits and networking. I had zero. I'm a member of several organizations, VFW, American Legion, etc. I paid my lifetime dues, and I've never showed up to a meeting. So so therefore, what did I started doing? I started reaching out to folks. I reached out to Mr. Don Kim. He's a KDVA member, but he's also a membership with KUSAF. I've reached out to the Korean American Foundations in Hawaii. I've recently reached out to the Hawaii Korean Chamber of Commerce. And most importantly, I reached out to the Korean War Veterans Association, Chapter 1 in Hawaii. These are a great group of gentlemen. Ladies, they talk very powerfully about their father, but one of the most passionate speakers for the Korean-U.S. alliance is Mr. Schaefer, their president. And while he's in his 90s, his speeches are short. They're like 1:15, but you want to get up and start chanting USA, ROK. He is very passionate in the short time that he gets up there and talks. And so, unfortunately, because of COVID and the restrictions that were going on in Hawaii, for the first couple of months, I was not able to see them because, once again, they're in the elderly, and so they were being advised not to get out much. I finally was able to make contact with them, and since December, I've been able to participate with them in a couple of ceremonies. One, they had a similar to the ceremony that we attended yesterday at the National Cemetery in the Pacific, the Punch Bowl. We had a dedication stone made for the Korean War veterans, and that is when I was the MPVA through the representations at the Korean consulate in Hawaii got me in contact with them. They invited me out there. And then I got out there to meet them. And it was a nice ceremony. It was great to meet the KWVA members. From there, they had invited me to a lunch with them, and I had a chance to get to meet some of these individuals. There's individuals that have had distinguished careers. There's a couple of retired generals that started off, they're talking about what it was like to be a lieutenant in Korea. There was also a gentleman that was a Filipino scout during World War II, fought the Japanese, and then joined the American Army afterwards, and then served in Korea. So it was great getting to meet those guys. And then they told me that on June 25th, the picture in the middle, that they do a annual Korean War commemoration at the Punch Bowl once again. And so we attended, and because of the timing this year, and because the ROK-U.S. Marsada was in port because of the Rim of the Pacific or RIMPAC training event, their sailors came out, and the young Korean American kids were able to provide wreaths or leis for the service members, and the different organizations, nonprofit organizations, were able to lay wreaths to honor the sacrifice by the Korean War veterans. In addition, the ROK Navy invited us to come on board their flat top, and they threw a heck of a reception on there. Their admiral went all out. I will say one thing, that I too enjoy K-drama, but I enjoy my K-pop in small doses, and after an hour of K-pop, I was on a sugar high. And then later that weekend, they also opened up the ship for everyone. And then, and I had mentioned the fact that I had lunch with the Filipino scout. That is the picture in the bottom left. And so those are how we have gotten after the honoring the Korean War veterans. As for the advocating, the educating, we had the peace conference, and as for recognizing and supporting those current members, we've had luncheons for the component Korea desk officers so that we can try to reach out and increase the information out there about the ROK-U.S. Alliance and how KDVA is active. And so that's a little bit about what we've done in the Hawaii chapter over the last 6 months. This time I'd like to hand it over to Kevin to talk about the ramping up of Georgia.
Thanks, Rich. Let's see, he gets to talk about all the things he's done, which is some amazing work they put together over in Hawaii. I get to tell you what is coming. As we mentioned earlier briefly, that we're going to be launching the first KUSAF chapter for KDVA here in Georgia, or excuse me, I'm not at home, there in Georgia in October. One of the things, and I believe Steve asked me earlier during my presentation on my time in Korea, was why Georgia, and what does Georgia, what makes it stand out a little bit to make it right to have this kind of a chapter started. As the graphic shows, Georgia does have the third largest Korean American population, and we also have 750,000 veterans. Because of our military bases and the corporate lifestyles and everything, we get a lot of veterans that move in there. So it's really an area that is prime to reach Korea defense veterans. We have military bases that cover all the services located within the state of Georgia, and many, many veterans organizations, which, as Rich was mentioning, partnerships, and I know a key word that we're using here is relationships, which is true for any endeavor. The working with and partnering with the other organizations that are already in that battle space is only going to allow us to expand the KDVA mission and what we're doing. A number of things we also have is many international corporations now have their headquarters in Georgia. We are #1 in the state for Korean investment, which has brought Hyundai, SK, we have ports, we have the new Hyundai EV factory. What that's done was brought in a lot of, with the programs of mandatory service, we have a lot of ROK veterans that are living within the state of Georgia that have some amazing organizations that already meet. So that's really good opportunity to get in and get those. And as I mentioned here, it's a large number of educational institutions with international study programs from Georgia Tech to UGA. There's a lot of the educational opportunities there that people are either coming in to study from abroad or they're doing international relations. So there's a lot of dialogue and a lot with the Korean community that's already based in Georgia. As we talked about in Rich's presentation and mine, is we're just looking down at why chapters and why are we looking at expanding KDVA into a chapter area of the ability to kind of target areas. And one of the things that we want to look at is the chapters are really the boots on the ground for the KDVA. I mean, we need to get down there and reach the veterans at a very much a local effort. And that is going to give us a chance to promote the KDVA mission and vision. But more importantly, it's going to give you that chance to talk and network with other veterans that are in your area. I'm sure there's veterans throughout the United States that couldn't make it to this reunion. This is going to give us an opportunity, and correct for now, Hawaii and Georgia, to have those local opportunities to get together. And the fellowship and camaraderie with other Korea defense veterans. I think one of the most important things is, I know when I meet somebody who served in Korea, first off, being a guy, now UJSA guys always had us beat, but being a Greaves guy, I was always like, where'd you serve? Everybody wanted to be in the worst spot or the furthest north, so you always have that conversation topic. And the next thing was either somebody would have a mech juice story, soju story, or a ramen story, or a K-bar story that would start that. My wife and I were at a Korean restaurant probably about 2-3 weeks ago, and a guy heard me talking about our revisit trip, and we probably had a 15-minute conversation on just soju and ramen and everything else. So he had been stationed there, I think, for 2 years. So it was a great opportunity to start meeting new people and kind of expand on that with the local chapters. And I guess we could look at this one again, but there we go. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so the local chapters allows us to reach out to the local community, engage with them. And as I've spoken about, reached out to the Honolulu Korean Chamber of Commerce, and the reason for doing that is they sponsored the annual Korean Festival. And so that it's a way of us working together to promote our organizations together. and so that we can expand our reach and get out there the fact that there is KDVA to support. Also, it allows a networking opportunity. So one of the things, while Georgia has the total numbers, as a population percentage, Koreans in Hawaii at 2%, there's more, that's the greatest population density in one state in Hawaii. So, you know, what we lack in size, we make up in fight. But we also have a very large community of veterans on the Hawaiian Islands. It's a very patriotic state. And so it's, you know, I run into at least once a week old friends that I have made in my 11 years in Korea. And so it's a way for us to get together, to reminisce about our time in Korea, and to also, you know, talk up the ROK-U.S. alliance.
And I think to kind of piggyback on that, it's too, is something in this, the word engagement. Anytime you have an organization that is based on whether it be veterans memberships or promoting the ROK-U.S. Alliance, it's all about engagement, and that goes with participation. As we're working in these particular areas, Rich and myself are both attending and participating in other events that are veteran specific or international relations specific in those regions, because that is where we're going to meet people. If we're participating in their events, they're going to come to our events whenever we host them. That reciprocity is any way to grow an organization. And one of the big things with, you know, obviously Rich's family is very ingrained into the Korean culture, and Atlanta has a very huge Korean culture mechanism that they host a lot of events, and getting them involved to help, I guess, build the chapter is going to bring that cultural aspect in there, because in addition to, you know, the educational and the veterans, we want to make sure that people are learning something about the culture, whether it be something they didn't know, or what we're talking about before, about picking up on memories of when they served over there, from the hanboks to, you know, the Korean food. So engaging the cultural area, I think, is going to be vital. And just on this one, the organizing the local chapter, we are the alliance. You heard that? Well, this is very much true with our members here, our members who are watching the video feed, and the many who have signed up on Facebook but have not necessarily signed up as members right now. We are the alliance, and we all need to work to make this successful.
Yes, yes, and so, you know, we're looking to expand into other areas, and then if you think that you have the time, first off, if you don't think you have the time, I still have a full-time job. I still volunteer as a Cub Scout leader with my kids, and I help out with my church community, and I'm still making time also for the KDVA to reach out and promote the alliance. And so if you think you have that time available, you know, and if you have the passion for the Korean-U.S. alliance, and you want opportunities to meet with fellow veterans, this is something that we would definitely like you to reach out. And if you're asking, like, the bandwidth, how much time does it take? I would say that I'm trying to, because I'm starting it up, I should be at 5 hours a week. Steve, put your fingers in your ear. I'm probably only doing 2 hours a week at this time, which the more time that you dedicate to it, the faster growth will happen. And so that, and one of the great things, Steve and General Brooks are providing some resourcing, they're providing some money to help grow, and as I prove that I'm responsible with that money and that I'm growing the organization, they're like, well, you know, as you grow, we'll grow, you know, your resources will grow with you. And they're providing that executive level leadership that you need so that you're steering the right way. Such things as, Rich, this is great that you're reaching out to all these organizations. Before you do anything with them, before you agree to put our name onto something, talk to us first. And so otherwise, you know, they've encouraged, they've provided points of contacts from their Rolodex of folks that they have. on who to contact to help reach out, such as, I haven't mentioned Dr. James Minich at the Asia Pacific Strategic Studies Center, getting me in contact with him to look at how we can support him as he supports the Alliance in the education realm.
And I think Rich touched on something, he mentioned the word passion. I would say passion and initiative are the two key things you need to bring to the table. So for those watching remotely and those in attendance today, if you're driving home or you're flying home and you see that, and you have an area that you think that's going to be in our growth area that we're looking into, there's an email at the bottom of there that we encourage you to reach out and just email your interest. There is a plan of a rollout, so it won't be tomorrow that you're cut loose. But the idea is we're looking just for people to want to take that initiative and move forward. And to mention something just about that we did in Atlanta recently, General Brooks was down to speak at an event by the Korea Society. That was a great opportunity for us to see an organization where he was going to be sitting on a panel and discussing about the national defense and the ROK-U.S. alliance. And it was great that we probably had about 200 people in there, probably a little bit more, that were fascinated with this subject and really wanted to learn more, from people who are veterans or scholars in international relations to people that are moving their corporations or shifting some of their resources globally to know what that national defense aspect of the Indo-Pacific region is. So there's a lot that KDVA can bring to the table, more so than the Veterans Network and other things. It's going to be a resource for a lot of corporations and other people out there. So if you feel that this is something that you would like to step up to the plate, I know Steve would appreciate an email, and it will be something that we can move forward with.
Okay, before we wrap up and we go to questions, I do want to give a shout out to another fellow Hawaii chapter member that is here today, Colonel Retired Harold Kwan. You know, thanks for coming all the way across the Pacific to be with us here at the reunion.
Okay, so questions about their life experiences in Korea or about local chapters? Yes, please.
Thanks again. A lot of questions today. I have to be honest, when I first discovered this organization, it just seemed like an officers club to me, I have to be totally honest with you. But the more I've kind of, experienced, I've understood there's a lot more to it than that, and that you all actually give a damn about us, and it makes me feel a lot better. As far as membership is concerned, getting the word out to folks that this is not just an officers club, I think, is a big part of it. But also, other veterans that might not be full-fledged KDVA, for example, Team Spirit vets and stuff like that. Have you considered allowing Team Spirit veterans and other folks who've defended Korea? For example, I was stationed there for a year, then I came back from Fort Lewis, and we did a great deployment there. So I'm just wondering, have you considered, other ways of expanding the membership?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good idea, and we consider any organization that have mutual supporting missions, and so that's something that we'll definitely take a look at. And so, again, all of y'all, the reason, again, this is beautiful, because all of y'all are part of the organization. You have any ideas just like that, please let us know and we'll dig into it. But definitely, we would love to do reciprocal memberships. We really would. So look forward to working on something like that.
And Steve, if I could just jump in, just to piggyback on there, the thing I learned when I discovered about KDVA is the criteria is no matter who you were, what you served, what service you served in, what capacity, what job, what uniform you wore, your contribution to the ROK-U.S. Alliance on Peninsula is what gets you in the door. Rank has nothing to do with it, and different jobs or services. So we want everyone to be a membership, enlisted, probably even warrant officers. But we can get enlisted and officers alike to be a member of the KDVA. Second?
So we're taking warrants too?
Thursdays.
Recently, depends on what definition of recently. Sergeant Major Payton has been added to the board. Yesterday, we talked about adding diversity to the board, and that was part of a deliberate decision made by the leadership team to reach out to the enlisted by adding Sergeant Major to the board so that we do not forget the majority of our veterans, which are enlisted soldiers. And I'm just joking about the warrants.
No, he's not. Okay. So, okay, wonderful. So thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. So the reason why we wanted to bring this topic forward was, again, and this is wonderful, we love the feedback. Yeah, if you had a perception that this was about officers, well, thank you for sharing that. And because we've heard that over the years, all right? And so we're obviously taking more steps to try to improve upon that perception. Local chapters, again, what our two local chapter presidents said is absolutely true. Quite honestly, I'm the guy that runs day-to-day operations. The board has told me we don't care about rank when it comes to running chapters. We care about people who have a passion for the Alliance and who have the bandwidth, who have the capability, okay? So please get the word out, and if you're interested and you've got those two criteria, please let me know. One final thing before we go to break. So what is this thing, this virtual common interest groups? So we recognize in today's modern world, not everything is going to be centered on local chapters. Okay, so we try to start a initiative last year where we, on the virtual realm, have common interest groups. Okay, so if you have an interest like, hey, I served in OSAN, let's have a common interest group about OSAN. Okay, and so one of the things that's wonderful about our new membership portal is that it supports common interest groups. So if you're interested in creating one, just go into a membership portal. We just updated it. Go in there and just create one. And you'll be amazed at how many people will probably want to be sharing. Hey, I want to do a kimchi common interest group because I love making kimchi at home, looking for ideas. Hey, I want to start a common interest group because I want to help other veterans, whatever topic that might be. Hey, I'm about to have a parent that goes into assisted living. Does anybody have any expertise in that they would love to share? Members helping members, common interest group. So please, the ideas are limitless, so please go into our new membership portal and do that. Okay, so let's take a break. Again, breaks are intended to be long so you can spend time to talk to each other and connect, and we'll be back here at 3:30. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave this here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This thing, you got to be careful because I don't want this.
Yeah, no, I see. And my phone.
You'll be speaking from here in the middle.
Here.
Okay, I know you've got slides, so this is forward and that's back.
This is
Forward. So you won't, hopefully you won't need the back. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in about 5 minutes. I just want to remind you that dinner tonight is at 6:30. It is going to be an unbelievable dinner. If you thought the lunch yesterday was good, dinner's going to be even more better. More better. So again, we'll start in about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Van Fleet Foundation, Inc., U.S. Korea Alliance Foundation. Keep talking, is that what you're saying? Good, good.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the hallway for the KDVA reunion, if you are in the hallway for the KDVA reunion, let's come on in. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the session 3 KDVA workshop of the KDVA reunion. And this is the second group. And this is the group that's going to take us home before we head to our dinner. The Van Fleet Foundation, so Mr. Joe McChristian is the grandson of General Van Fleet. And I wanted to just let you know that this is an example of how somebody who knew about KDVA introduced us to another organization, and now KDVA and Van Fleet Foundation are partners, and we're very proud that we have shared missions, and we're looking forward very much to hearing from Mr. Joe McChristian. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, comrades in arms and friends of the Alliance. And my name is Joe McChristian, Jr. As Steve said, I'm the president of the Van Fleet Foundation and also the grandson of General James Van Fleet. But our focus today is on how we can work together to support each other and the ROK-U.S. Alliance. It's an alliance formed in war and preserved and strengthened in peace. If General Van Fleet were here, we don't know exactly what he would say to guide us or inspire us, but I was asked a question by a younger generation, who was General Van Fleet? And why should we listen to him? So I would like to start first a little bit answering those two questions, and then a little bit about the things that the Van Fleet Foundation might be able to do to help all of us work together to support the alliance. Shortly after the Korean War, after the death of King Paul of Greece, there was a dinner party when President Truman was there, and my grandfather was there, and President Truman got up and pointed to everyone in the room and said, "I want you to know there is a great general. He is the greatest general we have ever had. I sent him to Greece, and he won the war. And I sent him to Korea, and he won the war." And at that moment, my grandfather very politely, respectfully raised his hand and said, "Excuse me, Mr. President, you did not let me win that last one." Now, my grandfather arrived in Korea on the 14th of April, 1951. 8 days later, the Chinese launched their biggest offensive of the war with more than 300,000 Chinese troops and another 25,000 from the North Korean People's Army. During those 8 days, General Van Fleet had spent his time out in the field, visiting the units, getting to know their morale and how they felt about winning the fight. He was ready by the time the Chinese launched their offensive. But General Ridgway, who had been his predecessor at 8th Army and had replaced General MacArthur in Japan, came to Korea and told General Van Fleet, "We must fight a retrograde operation, make the enemy pay heavy prices, but we must relinquish control of the city of Seoul once again." It had happened twice before then, and General Van Fleet said no. Here his commander was telling him what to do, and he said no. He said, "The city of Seoul is too important for the spirit of the Korean people. We will defend it at all costs." And he knew, having visited all the units in the field, that they were ready to fight all the way to the death if necessary to defend it. So they had defenses in depth and final defensive positions north of the Han River, and they were successful in preventing the Chinese from taking control of Seoul City once again. That was a great inspiration, I believe, for the United Nations forces, for the U.S. forces, and also the Korean forces, because the whole war changed its momentum, and by June, we had pushed the Chinese back across the Yalu River in a rout, that not even an organized withdrawal. They were running for their lives, and at that time, President Syngman Rhee, General Paek Sun-yup, and General Van Fleet all said, "We must now unify all of Korea under the government of South Korea now. We have control of the whole country. The Korean army can occupy the border with the Yalu River. We do not need to put American or United Nations forces on the border with China, but it's time now to unify the country." Sadly, the American Joint Chiefs of Staff were afraid that China had nuclear weapons, which they didn't have then, and they were also afraid that the Soviet Union might reopen World War II in Eastern Europe, which probably would not have happened. But they convinced the President of the United States that we could not unify the entire country then, and that we had to pull back and negotiate a truce around the 38th parallel. And that started what lasted from then until 1953, when the truce, or the armistice, was signed. But for years after he left the Army and retired, General Van Fleet would frequently talk about the fact that they could have unified the entire country at that time and what a catastrophe it was, we missed the opportunity. But imagine today what the world would be like if there were no problems with nuclear weapons in North Korea. Imagine what our relationships would be like in Asia, and I maintain there's a possibility we might not even have had a Vietnam War if Korea had been unified at that time. So a decision like that in hindsight was catastrophic for the world, not just for us. But I digress there with that story. I would like to tell you a few stories about General Van Fleet and his experiences in Korea, and then wrap up with some information about resources that we might be able to provide from the Van Fleet Foundation that could be of interest to everyone. I mentioned that he had come to Korea in 1951 and was there until the spring of 1953. He's considered a national hero in Korea, and if I can operate this correctly there, my favorite picture of him, which he had autographed, and also with his motto across the bottom of the will to win. He was highly decorated. I think even to this day, he ranks among the 10 most highly decorated members of the U.S. military still living. He had 3 Distinguished Service Crosses, 3 Purple Hearts, several Silver Stars, several Bronze Stars, and many other decorations, and he was knighted by Queen Elizabeth. When he came home from the war, his brother met him and said, "Jamie, why don't you have the Medal of Honor?" And grandfather looked at him and said, "Well, Richard, I hope you realize most people who got the Medal of Honor received it posthumously. At least I made it home." His brother said, "Okay, welcome back." But of all of his awards and decorations, what was his most prized possession, you see on his uniform above the ribbons, was the Combat Infantryman's Badge. And he always considered the proudest thing that he could say was, "I am a soldier." He's considered, well, he's the recipient here on the screen. I'm showing the Peksunyup ROK-U.S. Alliance Award that for his contributions to the development and sustaining of the alliance, the Korean and English copies. This is a picture at the Korean Military Academy of me a few years ago standing in front of his statue. He's considered the father of the Korean Military Academy, similar to Sylvanus Thayer at West Point. And some people have even called him the father of the Korean Army. The Korean government also honored him some years ago with postage stamps with his picture on it as a hero of the Korean War, and also with his son, my mother's younger brother, James Van Fleet Jr., who was a pilot flying a B-26 bomber, but on the night of the 3rd and 4th of April 1952, he was shot down over North Korea by a Russian pilot flying a MiG for the North Koreans. And the best we know, after a long story, he may have survived shooting down, but we think he ended up in a high security prison camp in Siberia under Russian control. But this shows a picture of General Van Fleet on the left in uniform, and on the right when he was 100 years old at his birthday, and he sees 2 U.S. Medal of Honor winners approaching him across the yard to wish him a happy birthday. And you can see how proud he is and happy to see them, and holding his salute straight to make sure he does it respectfully. This is also the homepage of the website for the Van Fleet Foundation. And across the top, you'll see the navigation links, and one of them is called the Digital Archive. I'm getting a little bit out of sequence here, but I'd like to mention that one right now. General Van Fleet kept extensive archives, written records, his correspondence files with several hundred people, his reports, his speeches, his articles, and they occupy in boxes more than 60 linear feet of shelf space in the basement vault at the George Marshall Foundation on the campus at Virginia Military Institute in Lexington, Virginia. Now, people could go there and do research, but it's a long trip from Korea to go to Lexington, Virginia to research the archives. And many have done it, but our project in the Van Fleet Foundation now is to take that entire archive and digitize it and make it available on the internet for free access to anyone in the world who wishes to do research. We did some of it in samples that I put up on the website there for the foundation. To give you an idea of the type of things that were available, I found the Commanding General's Journal, typewritten reports, more than 800 pages, every day from the 14th of April, 1951 until he departed in the spring of 1953. Where did he go? Who did he meet? What did he say? What was going on in the war at that time? Now, these journals now are unclassified. There are probably some bits of information that would not be included in the details of a daily journal. But nonetheless, it's a priceless timeline for historians who wish to do research on the Korean War. There were also other documents that we took a sample of and put up on the website. If you happen to go there today, I think there's another page. Yes. Sorry for the small print. I've been told, I've been warned, watch out for the small print. But in this case, if you happen to get to this page, in the second paragraph, you'll see a hyperlink to the index to his archives. And you can go in and search and find the correspondent. For example, one Korean media director was visiting and talking about a different topic, but we decided at random to pick a sample, and we picked the correspondence files that he had with President Syngman Rhee. And it contained original letters from Syngman Rhee and copies of letters that General Van Fleet sent back to him. And the Korean director who saw it said, "This is a priceless treasure trove of information. We must make all this available to the public." That's one of the reasons we're trying to get the entire archive digitized and made available over the internet. That was just one example. And I'm skipping the sequence of my original thoughts. After listening over the last couple of days, hearing people talk about relationships and about experiences, it completely changed the sequence of what I wanted to talk about. So I'm picking little stories here and there, and I hope you will bear with me and ask questions if I leave a gap out with something that I should have covered. But General Van Fleet was dedicated his entire life to the alliance between our two countries from the time he went to Korea in 1951 for more than 40 years until he died in 1992 at the age of 100. When the alliance was forged, the cause for which our nations fought was a noble one. When he arrived in Korea on April 1951, he summarized the larger issues in a statement to all Allied soldiers in the war. And he said, and I'd like to read a quote, he said, "You are fighting to stop armed aggression and maintain peace not only in Korea, but in your respective homelands. This renewed battle is for the preservation of life, liberty, and the right to the pursuit of happiness of all free men. These are fundamental in the rights of man, the rock upon which our civilization is founded. We all know that freedom is not free. Each member of our alliance understood what we were fighting for, and each country in our alliance paid part of the sacrifice. The United States had approximately 137,000 casualties, killed and wounded. The other UN members suffered approximately 14,000. The greatest sacrifice of all was paid by the Republic of Korea, with approximately 945,000 killed and wounded, not counting 1 million civilian casualties. The United States could not have asked for better allies than those who fought beside us during the Korean War. And as General Van Fleet said, and I'd like to quote again, "There is a lesson for us in the way our allies fight. If they have the incentive to fight, as they have had in Korea, if they understand and love freedom, and are willing to die to protect the free way of life, and if the United States can arm them, then we can win," end quote. He was a direct participant in events and relationships in war and peace between Korea and the United States for over 40 years. He has his firsthand accounts, observations, assessments, and opinions are worth learning, both for historical research and for current policy guidance. That is where we can speak for him through his archives. I'd like to mention a few events in his life after the fighting stopped. I mentioned his position about reunification in 1951. In 1953, when he was standing on the steps of City Hall in Seoul and saying goodbye to the Korean people, he said, "You have made me a part of you, and I have made you a part of me. I leave my heart with you. I cannot ask you to give it back to me, but I will be back many, many times," which he did. He always considered Korea his second home and had a tremendous love for Korea. In 1962, he came back to one of his trips to Korea, leading a group of American business executives talking about the opportunities for investment in Korea. And when they returned, he gave a speech at a business organization in California, talking about all of the wonderful opportunities and everything that Korea could do better than anywhere else in the world, the fine quality, the enormous enthusiasm, and they could do it better and cheaper. And he described the situation as the miracle on the Han. I think that was when that expression was first coined. That was the title of his speech at that time. In 1971, he did something else that just took an individual, not a big effort, but an example why individual efforts sometimes make a tremendous difference. He had been in Greece in 1948 to 1950 and helped the Greek nation defend themselves against the communist insurgency. And he had made many friends in Greece. One of his friends was a Mr. Livanos, who is the owner of one of the largest Greek shipping companies in the world. Well, General Van Fleet introduced Mr. Livanos to Mr. Chung Ju-young, the chairman of Hyundai Corporation. Hyundai was not building ships at that time. They did not have a shipyard. But General Van Fleet knew that they were capable of doing that. They wanted to do it. And when he introduced Mr. Livanos to Hyundai, that was the first order that they ever received to build ships. And that was the beginning of the shipbuilding industry in Korea that's one of, if not the biggest in the world. There was an American business delegation that went to Korea a few years ago to negotiate a joint venture with one of the other large Korean conglomerates. And the chairman of the Korean company heard that the American business executive had known General Van Fleet, so he stopped the discussion. And he said, "I must tell you a story. During the war, I was a young soldier, and I was standing as an honor guard outside the entrance to my unit's headquarters when General Van Fleet came to visit. And I'm standing there holding my rifle in salute as he's walking to the front entrance. And he stopped halfway, and he turned, and he looked me straight in the eye, and he came over and he put his hand on my shoulder, which I think in Korea, culturally, you're not supposed to reach out and touch people like that. But he said, General Van Fleet put his hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eye, and he said, "What is your function?" And he said, "If you understand what your function is in this unit, your unit will be very successful." And then the chairman stopped and he said, "Ever since that day, that has been my philosophy in managing this company. And that is why we have grown, because every single person who works for us in this company understands exactly what their function is as part of the team." That was part of General Van Fleet's philosophy of leadership. He always stressed the principles of his motto, the will to win. He didn't like to fight to avoid losing. He only liked to fight or compete to win. He's a member of the National Football Hall of Fame. He liked to play football to win. He liked to do other things to win. But the will to win, the importance of teamwork, the importance of each individual on the team, and underlying it all, mutual respect and shared values that guide us together. I think that I've probably gone longer than Steve would like. I'm going to go back here to this page, but if anyone has questions, I was going to mention before I stop what I think the Van Fleet Foundation can do to be of help. The main resource now is to get access to all of General Van Fleet's writings, correspondence, reports, articles, to see his observations firsthand in history, what transpired, and also to get his opinions not modified by an historian who has edited them, but firsthand from General Van Fleet on things like prisoner of war issues, on ammunition shortages, on his appraisals and efficiency reports of other officers, which I haven't read all of those, but I was surprised to see some of those are in the archives also. There's some correspondence from my family. I don't know if there are things in there that I would be embarrassed to see, but I don't own the archives, so whatever's there is going to be made public. But I have to trust that what he recorded for posterity would be of interest to not only to historians, but for people who are looking for lessons and inspiration and guidance on effective leadership, not only military leadership, but leadership of a national scale, and leadership among people and in relationships with people. There's a great deal to be learned there. Other than his archives, if I can ever be of service in helping commemorate his life or events or celebrating the Alliance or promoting it, I'd be happy to. This is a picture of my business card. If you don't have one, it knows how to get in touch with me, and I would be very happy to help support the Alliance any way I can. Thank you very much.
His contact info is in your programs. Okay, so a couple of things. I'm always just amazed that when we meet people who are just someone you should always remember. And sir, you're certainly one of those people. And the importance of the archives, I think you said it very well. He speaks through his archives. And so those are the kind of things that we can never lose. And oh, by the way, that stretches out to everybody in this room. Okay? All you defense veterans, your stories matter. Pass them down like Rick Boguski said. Pass them down to your children, record it, tell us so we can share it. Because we should never lose stories, because once they're gone, guess what? Gone forever.
And if I may add, if any of those stories have anything to do with him, make sure I get copies so that we can include them into the archive if they're not already there. They should be. And we welcome the input of any information like this.
Okay, so any questions or comments for Mr. McChristian or his foundation? This is a golden opportunity. Please. Okay, so here's one, sir. All right, so what is something about General Van Fleet that's sort of a family secret that you can share with us?
Okay. Well, General Van Fleet was a very close friend of General Peksenyuk. He considered him like a second son. General Peksenyuk treated General Van Fleet like a second father. We received a letter that my grandfather wrote home to the family in June of 1952 describing a visit that he had with Arthur Sulzberger of the New York Times and a group of American journalists, and he wanted to introduce to these Americans examples of really outstanding Korean leadership. And he had General Peksenyuk there, and he gave a summary of his career, mentioned that he was now a lieutenant general, a corps commander, and General Van Fleet had been a corps commander of the 3rd Corps in Europe in World War II, so he knew what a corps commander was supposed to do. And when he described General Peksenyuk, he said, "This is the finest corps commander you could ever hope to ask for." And he's only 29 years old. Well, he shared that opinion. We always have been close, but a few years later, when General Peksenyuk was traveling as ambassador, visiting countries in Europe, my father at that time was our U.S. defense attaché at our embassy in Athens, Greece. And he had a very bad habit. He still smoked cigarettes. And when General Peksenyuk came by and visited my parents and came to the house, like a member of the family, really, he did not hesitate one moment to chastise my father mercilessly, tell him how bad it was for his health to smoke cigarettes, and he must stop now. My father never touched another cigarette the rest of his life. So, General Peksenyuk had influence even among the family, not just among the nations.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so.
Thank you
very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next organization is called the U.S.-Korea Alliance Foundation, and they're a relatively new organization founded here in the Washington, D.C. area. They just signed a memorandum of understanding with our primary fundraiser, KUSAF. They did that on Sunday. So we're looking forward to many opportunities to work together. And so Ms. Wan is going to come and provide info. Oh, hey, did you go? Thank you very much. Oh, 1 second. I do apologize. I'm such a knucklehead. Okay, Kaylee, please, because I kept forgetting her. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Kaylee Welch. You've probably seen her around the past several days. She is a KDVA intern. We're very, very thankful. She's a volunteer. She's a full-time student, but she helps KDVA out in her spare time. And today, the past couple of days, she's helped us with the reunion experience, things that she never would have without being an intern, meeting the Secretary of the Army, meeting Pak Sun-yup's oldest daughter, and all that. So thank you for helping. Any last, departing words?
I guess the only departing words I have is that this has been a great just a great conference in general, and all the experiences I've gotten to have here has been really insightful, and just meeting everyone, and just even if I haven't met you, I've definitely recognized faces really well by now, and it's been just a great conference, and I hope everyone has enjoyed it. So I'm glad I was able to help out, and I hope everyone else has enjoyed the conference just as much as I have.
So the reason I brought her up here is she was supposed to leave yesterday, but she actually changed her flight to be able to leave later on this afternoon, so I wanted to bring her up here. She just spent a year studying in Korea, and she applied to go back and teach English in Korea. That's how much she really loves Korea. So, Kaylee, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Ms. Wan, I am so sorry. My deepest apologies. She's going to come up here now to talk to us about U.S.-Korea Alliance Foundation. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juan, and I will be speaking on behalf of the U.S.-Korea Alliance Foundation, and thank you so much for having us here. I will begin with a very brief introduction of our foundation's objective and the purpose. Obviously, our foundation's objective and goal, as our name suggests, is to reinforce the alliance between two important nations. And now, how are we gonna get to that? And number one, I think it's rather obvious, but it's by supporting, participating, and initiating events that supports service members who contributed to the alliance itself. And I believe the KDVA epitomizes that particular group of people. So the alliance between these two nations would not have been possible but for the members of this particular organization, KDVA. So that is the number one way for us to achieve our objective. And number two, this is by educating the next generation. And this may seem a little novel or a little different, but the next generation, and I refer to it as the youth or the younger generations. I myself is Korean American. I am 33 at this time. I was born and raised in Korea up until about the age of 12. So I do consider myself to be Korean culturally, and as far as my origin is considered, though I am American. And when talking about different generations in Korea, it's a little different in a way that generation older than my parents, they are directly exposed to the Korean War. And my parents' generation, they survive the residual effect of the war. And my generation and the younger generations, they just read it through the books. We just read it, and it's just kind of up there, and we don't know what to make out of it. It's just in the books. So it's important to learn the context, and it's important to understand the gist of it. How did it happen? How did it occur? And we're not trying to change anyone's mind, but it's important to get the context and fully understand, because I'm not a history geek, and I read books and I take classes, but what difference does it make? And to fully fathom the nature of this alliance, I think it's important to learn the nature of it and get the background facts. And we are here, I think that's one of our ways to reinforce our primary objective, which is the alliance between these two great nations. So with that, so like Mr. Lee said, we are a very new entity. We are a new organization. A group of people met back in September of 2021 who emphasized and agreed with the objective that the alliance between these two nations are important. So we met up and decided to have this new organization. And then afterwards, we had multiple board meetings. There were ups and downs. We had disagreements. A lot of people left. A lot of new people joined. But after all that, in February of 2022, or February 18 of this year, we publicly announced that we are here. So we are officially in. We are here, and graciously, a lot of people joined us and celebrated us. So we made our debut, and that's kind of a very brief background of how we are, or where we are at. So we have 9 board of directors members total, and three of us happen to be lawyers, because lawyers are everywhere, but I happen to be one of those lawyers. The chairman, Chad Peterson, who's a state senator, Virginia senator, and he's also a lawyer, has his own firm, and I am one of his employees. And we do civil litigation, and we represent a lot of Korean small businesses, and people sue each other, people get sued, and so we represent their interests, and that's what I do for my living. So that, I do want to introduce some legal resources for veterans, just to highlight a few. A lot of law schools do have clinics. It's as far as I understood it as a law school student, it was for the purpose of the law students getting their experience, but there are experienced attorneys who are supervising them, but they do provide very good resources. In particular, George Mason Law School, which is the law school that I graduated from, they do have what's called MVETS, which is Mason Veterans and Servicemen Legal Clinic. They do provide expertise and services for veterans in the areas of consumer protection, expungements, family law, landlord-tenant, and contracts. My understanding is they are limited to Northern Virginia area in a way that if you have landlord-tenant issues, it has to be limited into that area. But there are great resources, and I'm sure if it's not covered within their jurisdiction, I'm sure they'll be able to connect you to elsewhere. So they are a great resource, and it's my home school. So MVET's contact information is right down there. So if any issues with this particular topics, those are the Mason MVET. The clinic is a great resource. And Virginia General Attorney's AG's office, apparently they do offer for veterans certain estate documents like wills, power of attorneys, and advanced medical directives. There are certain qualifications, and the website, the online intake form that go over the qualifications that you need to meet their criteria. But it's still a great resource in a way that if you need these simple estate forms in place, and if you don't have resources, this is a great resource, and it's offered. And lastly, ABA, American Bar Association, they're more of like a listserv in a way that if you need any question, if you need any legal questions answered, they're there to connect you with the right resources. So if you have just very broad question that you need an answer to, ABA is the resource that can eventually connect you with someone who can provide you with an appropriate help. So Tracy Comstock, our president, and also a board member. She's right here. She's a very experienced real estate. Yeah, she's right there. She is experienced, very, very experienced in her field of real estate. She is the principal of the Silver Line Realty and Investment, which is a veteran-owned real estate company with realtors who hold the military relocation professional certification programs. And anything that you need as far as military relocations and finding the right place and which places are right for you, and financing, the guidance. She is here to be your resource. So she's here, and if not anything, she can connect you with the right people. So we are here to help you and be your resource. So she's right here, so feel free to chat with her if you have any topics that you would like to discuss. And lastly, these are the other board members. Mr. Shinuk Lee is also here. He's a licensed CPA who's also a professional in another field. And Mr. Shin is another lawyer. Our vice president, Yu, is a professor at UVA. The School of Data Science and director of the educations, and we have Mr. Bogan, who's anesthesian, so medical field. So our organization is new. We are a small group of people, but we do have various people in different fields, and we are absolutely ready to be a resource. If we can't be the one, we'll connect you with the right people. So we're here to help you, and we're just thrilled to have the opportunity to present ourselves here, and thank you so much for having us.
All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, any questions or comments? Any objections to anything that she said? This is the time. You can rise up. Okay, so let me just ask. You talked about how you started out. So what are some of the goals and activities that y'all are planning for the rest of the year and in 2023?
So I believe we have a movie and talk planned in October, which is showing a movie related to Korean history or Korean War. And then I believe it's supposed to be virtual, but it was pre-planned when the COVID was at max. So maybe it'll be in person, but maybe we'll have partnership with the Korea Foundation or some whatnot. But the plan is to have that happen in October. And what else? I think we're also planning a golf tournament, but I'm not sure if it's actually gonna happen or not, but that's a tentative plan. And we do have some YouTube clip competition for where people can kind of submit their submissions related to a certain topic. I don't think we have the specifics yet, but that's how we plan to get the younger generation get involved and just partake in this, our objective, the alliance between two nations. So that's pretty much it. And I think we do have a holiday Christmas party planned, so that I don't think anything's set, but I think that's about it for now.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much.
May I ask
Appreciate
a
it.
question
You have a
real
question right here. Yes, sir.
So I'm glad there are a lot of attorneys, and one of the things we heard today from various veterans is some of the illness that they received. For Agent Orange, is that like an area if veterans, especially what I'm wondering is like we have veterans from all over the U.S., Florida, South Carolina, Missouri, probably even California. Would you be able to help out these veterans or wherever they are in the U.S.?
So illness, I guess illness and the cost involved with addressing that illness in particular, would that be the question? So frankly, I myself may not be able to direct that concern directly, but I can connect you with the right resources. I know, obviously, I'm a lawyer. I know other lawyers, and I know the connections. I know the resources. So if any issues, any particular issues with veterans, I think my contact information is right there, the Secretary General Won Young-ah. If you can just shoot me an email, this is my issue. I need help with this. I probably can't help you directly because just because the area that I practice in, I just sue people and I defend people who got sued. So the area, that particular concern, I probably can't address directly, but I know people, and my boss, the chairman, knows a lot of people. So we can certainly help you find the right resources, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are willing to help.
As you just heard, she's small, but she's going to go after it. So she doesn't mind suing people. But her contact information is in your program. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So Juan, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Wonderful. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Second Indian Head Division Association. Just a magnificent organization with deep roots in Korea. Obviously, they are the biggest combat ground force in Korea and have been there for a very long time. And so with that, we're very thankful that Mr. Avis Thompson is here to talk to us about the Indian Head Division. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. We're getting towards the end of the day, so I'll try not to drag this out too long. I'm Avis Thompson. I'm a past president of the 2nd Indian Head Division Association, and I'm currently the Memorial Foundation chairman. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about, push the green button. Okay, there we go. To talk to you about, number one, the division, number two, about the association, and number three, a little bit about the Memorials Foundation. As you can see on this slide, the 2nd Division was formed in 1917. You can see the doughboy on the left, and we come up all the way up to the current day, perhaps in Afghanistan or Iraq. We will celebrate our 99th annual reunion this year in 2022 in Kansas City. Our objectives are to perpetuate and memorialize valiant acts, patriotic deeds, to promote and maintain friendships and camaraderie created by active service, to set examples of patriotism, to pay homage to our honored dead, provide scholarships for young qualified men and women, and to support the active 2nd Infantry Division, and to provide services for and protect the interests of members, their dependents, and survivors. The question about Agent Orange came up in the last presentation. We have a number of our members that are afflicted with Agent Orange related maladies, and we have two or three members of our association who are quite knowledgeable in terms of assisting in finding things like buddy letters, of how you approach the VA and things like that. We're not professionals, we're not lawyers, we don't sue anybody, but at the same time, we're able to provide a little bit of assistance there and some advice along the way. We have a scholarship foundation that provides scholarships to children, stepchildren, and grandchildren and members of the association, provided they're in good standing, of course, and children and grandchildren of men or women killed in action while serving with the division. Our Memorial Foundation is to honor the division's dead and to memorialize its achievements by establishing and maintaining monuments, establishing and promoting memorialization programs and activities, and helping provide maintenance for overseas monuments through the American Battle Monuments Commission. I mentioned we're having our 99th annual reunion in the Hilton Airport Hilton in Kansas City in the last week of September. This will be our first in-person reunion since, 2019 maybe. It was before the COVID pandemic struck us, but there's some registration information on our website, so if you're interested in coming to our 2nd annual reunion, or 99th annual reunion, please check us out. We produce a bi-monthly newsletter. The Indian Head, there are some copies out on the front the table out there, so pick one up if you have a chance. We talked about revisit trips. In 2015, the second Indian Head Division Association had a revisit trip that corresponded with the 50th anniversary of the 2nd Infantry Division's return to Korea in 1965. And so here we were 50 years later. As it happened, I was president of the association at the time, and in this group of about 30, there were 2 of us who had been in Korea in the 1st Cav in 1965 when the division was reflagged to the 2nd Infantry Division. You can imagine the kind of crap we caught over that. Us 2 old guys here trying to shepherd these kids around here. But in any event, it was a very successful trip. You'll see some of the pictures here. Panmunjom, there's the axe murder monument there. There's JSA, conference corridor or conference row, and there's the DMZ memorial, which was at Yongsan, which now has been relocated to to Camp Humphreys. You'll see the MP standing there on our end of Freedom Bridge, not Freedom Bridge, Bridge of No Return. The next one is Freedom Bridge. You see the covered bridge and the piers on the right. And the next picture is Rodriguez Range, and then that's me standing next to the military demarcation line. It was quite an event. We had a lot of folks who hadn't been back to Korea before, and for some of those soldiers, it was the first time they'd been back in 30, 40, 50 years. And it was just an amazing sight to see. The soldier would take a look out onto the landscape, and you could just see his eyes glaze over, and all of a sudden, all those years would disappear, and they were right back in the moment. They were just right there, and they were just kids again, looking out through their eyes. But it was a very successful trip. This was on the anniversary of the reflagging, and that trip was pretty successful, so we got an invitation from the city of Uijeongbuk to come back in November, and so they paid for 14 of us to come back at their expense, and that was a wonderful opportunity for us. Member benefits, as with KDVA, connection with other veterans who understand. People you can talk to who've been there and done that. We have relevant articles in the Indian Head newspaper. We have a diverse membership. We do our annual reunions. There's friendship, scholarships, memorial foundation, and continued pride in your service. There's more information on our www.2ida.org site. We asked the question, have you ever worn this patch? And I'm going to guess that a lot of people in this room have worn this patch. So I'll talk a little bit about the division. The division has been fighting wars since 1917. Fighting and winning wars. We've participated in World War I, World War II, Korea, the Korea DMZ, Afghanistan, and Iraq. And you'll see some of the campaigns there, the Ain Marne, Saint Mihiel. You know, you can just go right down the list there, and we're still proudly serving. Here's the 5th Machine Gun Battalion at the Battle of Ain Marne at Belleau Wood. I mean, you can imagine fighting in those conditions. In World War II, the 2nd Division was distinguished at D-Day +1 as it came ashore on Omaha Beach. Later in the war, after fighting valiantly across France, the division distinguished itself in the Battle of the Bulge at Krinkelt, Belgium and the northern shoulder of the Ardennes forest. In fact, I was there when the picture on the right was taken. That was the 70th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge. And we had a tour kind of guide who was able to take us out. And I was able to sit in Captain McDonald's foxhole, who was captain of headquarters company, 23rd Infantry Regiment, which was my unit when I was in Korea. It was pretty special. The Korean War, you can see those pictures. Some of you have witnessed this. You've been on this landscape. You've been there. You've seen this. You've done that. The Korean War was a vicious war. And as we heard over the last couple of days, 1,000 casualties a month, 1,000 killed in action per month. I mean, that's heavy losses. Korean DMZ, the early DMZ, there was no fence. And then there's, at the far north, there's guard post Olet. And then, of course, there's Panmunjom on the right. And as was pointed out, I think it was Steve who pointed out that in his little factoids earlier, that 3.3 million soldiers have been in service in Korea since 1953. I mean, that's an amazing number of people. Second ID has been in Afghanistan, Iraq, and we're proudly serving. You may know this or you may not, that once upon a time when the division was created, it was created with one brigade of Army soldiers and two regiments, the 29th and the 9th, or the 23rd and the 9th Infantry, and one brigade of Marines, the 5th and 6th regiments. And it was commanded twice by a Marine general. The second commanding Marine general was General Lejeune, who we've all heard that name. But the division's been there, and it says, the note here says a unique division, the only U.S. Army division made up partially since 50 of South Korean soldiers called KUSAFs. Well, we're very pleased to have served with the KUSAFs. They served admirably and were great allies. Excuse me. Let's see. A little bit about our memorials project. For those of you that may not know, there is a 2nd Division Memorial located at the corner of 17th and Constitution Avenue in the President's Park, just down from the White House. It is one of 2 unit memorials in the President's Park and on the mall, for that matter. And so it holds a very distinguished place on the mall. We're proposing to make some changes to it. You'll see the lighter area is as it exists now, and the shaded area is what we're planning to add. Now, we've been working on this for some time. We, of course, had to get congressional approval to do it, and we ramped up our fundraising just about the time that COVID hit, and you could hear wallets shut all over America. But so we're working. We have raised some money. We have invested money in design and engineering. We've worked with the Park Service and all the alphabet committees that have to give their stamp of approval on it. And we're ready to go. And now we just need to demonstrate that we have the money to complete the construction. So that's our next step and our next milestone in this progress. As you can see here, in 1936, you see the original memorial, and then in the middle there, in circa 1962, the memorial was modified to add 2 wing walls. The wing wall on the left is for the World War II honored dead, fallen warriors, and the wing wall on the right is for our Korean fallen warriors. And then the picture on the right is a look at what we're proposing to do. We want to say thanks to our 2 IDA members, General Retired Tommy Franks, Lieutenant General Michael Lennington, and Jeff Brodeur, President of KWVA. All of them are members of the 2ID Association and have served in the 2IDs at some point in their career. This is what the memorial will look like when it's finished, and we think it will be a great addition to the mall. You'll note that it's handicapped accessible. The platform size has been increased, makes it much more inviting, and it still leaves that sea of grass out in front of it. So we're very proud of the drawing, and we're looking forward to completing it. So I've got a little short video here and that'll complete my presentation.
This is the architect's rendering of the site. For more information, please visit 2idamemorialfoundations.org or use the QR code on the screen.
Thank you, and second to none.
One of the great mottos in our military, second to none. Cool. Okay. So any questions or comments? Yes, please.
I have 2 questions, and they're pretty simple. On
Good.
the patch, you have the Indian head. I'd like to know what that symbolizes or represents. And number 2, on the memorial, it looked like a sword with something around the sword. I wonder what that meaning is.
Yes. Well, the history of the patch is that when the division was formed, the generals and the leaders were trying to determine what kind of identification they should have, and they ran a contest to see what it should be, and it ended up with the Indian head patch, the Indian head, the star, and the black background. At one point, there was just the Indian head on the black background, and then one of the leaders decided that the Indian head should be on the star. So that's about the best I can do for you at this point. Now, as far as the memorial, the sword. Yeah, the sword signifies the 2nd Division saying to the Germans, don't come to Paris, because we're not going to let you come through here. And that's what it is. It's the hand gripping the sword, and then there's a star and an Indian head on the scabbard. So that's what that is.
Wonderful. Thanks, Dee. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hung-Ye Kim from KUSAF Veterans Association. I'm glad to be here, and I really appreciate the presentation of your organization. The As a member of a KUSAF Veterans Association, I recognize that we have 10K registered members in KUSAF Veterans Association, and out of that, about 60% of our membership is from Second ID, because the Second ID is based on Korea, and the majority of the forces are Second ID. So what I want to ask about is that is there any databases, or is there any clues that we can figure out who is who and who is KUSAF soldiers in your organization? And also, is there any possibilities that or opportunities that we can exchange or to share the databases of our membership who are from Second ID to your organization?
Yes, interesting. You should mention that. We're meeting this afternoon, right after this session, to talk about how we, the Second Indian Head Division Association, can cooperate and associate themselves with the KUSAF Veterans Association. We're looking forward to that. There was a letter of intent signed in 2009 showing that the willingness on both parts to cooperate together to promote our mutual interests. So we're going to reinforce that.
So one of the things that KDVA wants to do is to convene and connect. And so we convened this great reunion, and thank you very much for the connections that are being made here. Yeah, not only individually, but organization to organization. So fantastic.
May I make two more additional points? Me and a couple of my counterparts met with General Brooks just the other morning, and we talked about ways that we can develop a closer relationship and between our two organizations, the 2IDA and the KDVA. And we feel that there are some opportunities there for mutual benefit. Yep. And we're looking forward to that. And let me go back to a factoid here that Steve was talking about earlier. The 2nd Division was formed in 1917, which means that it is 105 years old. If you count the service of the 2ID, 60 of those years have been in Korea. So Korea has had a strong influence and impact on the 2nd Division, and I think has made it stronger. So again, thank you, and second to none.
Okay, sir. Okay, so our final speaker for our workshop is actually one of my favorite people in the room. Because he protects us, he's a lawyer. Milt Johns is our legal counsel, and he's been with the organization since its founding 5 years ago. And he broke off and created his own law firm called Executive Law Partners. And much of what he does for the association is pro bono, okay? And not only that, but he does a lot of things for veterans and veterans organizations. So we asked him if he could do a webinar earlier this year because of all the work that he has done to help veterans with businesses, whether they wanted to establish their own business or if they wanted to go and try to work with the U.S. government. And he did that pro bono, and we really appreciate it. It was so great, we asked him if he could please do this again as a resource for our members. So thanks, Milt.
Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate it. Thank you again. It is really an honor to be a partner and support KDVA. As Steve mentioned, we've supported KDVA since really the beginning, and also since March, the Van Fleet Foundation as well. So just a little bit of my background. I have been involved in defense contracting, government contracting for 37 years, 24 of which I have been practicing as a licensed attorney. I attended Premier Law School, George Mason University, where Ms. one. She was also George Mason. So, and so the majority of the clients in our firm, Executive Law Partners, are small to mid-size government contracting companies. And within that realm, we have a very large representation of veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. So giving back to the veteran community is really part of the way that we show our appreciation for service to the country and sacrifices. In addition to these nonprofits, I also represent the Northern Virginia Veterans Day Parade, and a member of the board there, and also serve on, I serve as a guardian ad litem in Prince William County for veterans facing eviction cases. And it's very important that we give back as part of the firm. So before I go in, and I realize I'm the last speaker, and maybe I stand between everyone and a cool beverage, so I will try to be succinct and as interesting as possible. First things first, all of my comments are not legal advice. They are general guidance. But I would happy to give you specific legal advice if you would like to become a client. So if I say something outlandish today, that just means you can't sue me yet. And then the second thing, you know, we have a couple of other lawyers in the room, so it's always kind of sensitive, and I like to kind of get it, you know, out of the way, right? It's kind of the elephant in the room, and that's lawyer jokes. And so does anyone know actually how many lawyer jokes there are? There are 3. Yeah, because all the rest are true stories. So we'll just get that out of the way. So there are many opportunities for veterans coming out of the service actually to engage in entrepreneurship and to form their own businesses. As I mentioned, we represent many veteran-owned businesses that do business with the federal government, but we also represent a wide variety of other small businesses. We represent a comic book shop. We represent a circus performers agency. We represent some restaurants and a wide variety of other enterprises. So opportunities for veterans are not limited to doing business with the federal government, but there are many preferences and set-asides for veteran businesses we'll talk about in just a few moments. One of the first things we talk about with veterans when they come to us and say, I want to start a business, or I have an idea, I'd like to monetize this, I'd like to turn this idea into something that's for gainful employment. We talk about the importance of forming an entity. And why do we form an entity? When we say an entity, a business entity, and that is to separate your personal liability from the operations of your company. If you just put a sign on your house that says John Smith Services, there is a chance that if you're not careful, you could lose that house. Because if you do not have a business entity, you could be personally liable for any mistakes that you make. So one of the first things that we do is we sit down and we talk about the things that the entrepreneur would like to do, and we talk about ways to protect their personal assets. And typically that's accomplished by forming an entity, a C corporation. The KDVA is a non-stock corporation, and so corporations are one type of entity. Limited liability companies, there are some tax advantages to limited liability companies. Potentially partnerships or limited partnerships are also potential options. We talk about regulatory filings. It's not enough to announce that you have a business, but the federal government wants to know about it, the state government wants to know about it, local government wants to know about it. Your professional regulatory agency, if you're an attorney or a doctor, they want to know about it. If you're a professional engineer, there are many licensing agencies that want to know about it. So that's something else we help with as well, is working through these regulatory findings. And then finally, we talk about the agreements, like how is the business going to operate? Do you have a partner? Joe and I were speaking earlier today, one of the pieces, and he mentioned, good fences make good neighbors. And that's something that I say to my clients all the time, right? Even if you're going into business with your brother-in-law, well, maybe that's a bad example. If you're going into business with your brother, you still want to have an agreement that lays out how the business is going to operate. And the flip side of that corollary, in my mind, is never sign a business agreement with someone that you wouldn't do business with on a handshake. So I never recommend doing business on a handshake, but always have that level of confidence in your partner before you do. The myriad of administrative requirements continues even after you have established your entity. You have to get a tax ID. Again, the government wants to know, the federal, state, local governments want to know who you are and what you're doing. You'll need a tax ID even to open a bank account. So we can walk you through that process. A website. Everyone has to have a website nowadays. Even all of our foundations, organizations have a website, and it's an important communication medium to get the message out about your business. And then finally, as we all know in this room, business cards, very, very important. Other things that we talk about, after you've set up the business, you have your idea, you've set up your business, you have the administrative filings all out of the way. What are some other further protections? Because there are lawyers out there, successful ones like Ms. One, who will hold you accountable if you go astray. So liability insurance is extremely important. Commercial general liability insurance, we don't sell it, but we're happy to talk to you about it and why that's important. Professional liability insurance, if you are a lawyer who is offering services to the general public, you need to have professional liability insurance. If you're a doctor, for instance. Workers' compensation insurance. If you have any employee besides yourself, you will have to pay workers' compensation insurance. And even if you are a service, you're just you're an engineering services company, even a services company like that still has a requirement for workers' comp insurance, and there are weird and imaginative ways that employees manage to injure themselves on the job, and so that's why it's always important to have that workers' comp insurance. And case example, a number of years ago, I was working for a large defense contracting company inside, and I was involved in a car accident on my way with 3 government employees, unfortunately, to a location in the Northern Virginia area, and so now that became a workers' compensation event. Excuse me. And that situation was a little more complicated because at that time that location wasn't recognized, a location that we're not supposed to talk about, and so how do you explain to the insurance company that you were going somewhere and that's all you can tell them? So needless to say, it all worked out, but very important. And in fact, in Virginia, it is actually a crime not to have workers' compensation insurance. And then the issue of employees. So many businesses thrive and succeed by recruiting and retaining great employees. And so we help businesses work through these questions. How do we hire employees? What should the terms of the employment be? Are the individuals eligible to work in the United States? Should the workforce be contractors or should they be employees? So these are important questions that we work through. Other considerations. Are you going to lease space, or are you going to form a home-based business? Who is your accountant or CPA? Extremely important. The first person you hire, well, this is what I always say, the first person you hire is your lawyer. Then usually the second person is your accountant, and then the third person is your web and IT. And even after the business is up and running, it is usually very important to have some legal representation that you can pick up the phone and call and ask those important questions. So as I mentioned earlier, there are some significant opportunities for veterans who own businesses to do business with the federal government. There are set-aside programs for veteran-owned businesses and service-disabled veteran-owned businesses. So this is a particular area where we have quite a bit of competency. As I mentioned, 37 years I spent in government contracting, and not to pick on Miss One, but she said that she was 33 years old, and I guess about the time she was born, I was running my first billion-dollar program for the United States Navy. So, so understanding that federal system and the alphabet soup of the procurement regulations is particularly important. So if a veteran is going to start their own business to do federal contracting work, they need to understand how they register to do business. The federal government has a particular registration requirement. It's called the System for Award Management. They need to receive a CAGE code, Commercial and Government Entity Code, which you get when you register for SAM, but you can't register for SAM until you have a DUNS number, which is private business tracking organization. And then to do that, you have to pick your NAICS code, North American Industry Classification System. So not entirely transparent or clear as to all the steps that a veteran entrepreneur would need to take to get up and running. But as I mentioned, there are some important socioeconomic programs available for veteran-owned businesses. A veteran-owned small business, the only requirement is that the person, the individual served in the U.S. military was honorably discharged, or at least not dishonorably discharged. For those veterans who have been injured in the service of our country, they may qualify as a service-disabled veteran-owned small business. And there is a process to get your disability rating if you don't already have one, and then once you have disability rating, there are ways that you can qualify for these contracts. Women-owned small businesses now have their own goals from the federal government, and so I have a client that is a woman-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. They qualify for the historically underutilized business zone set-aside, and they are also recognized as a socioeconomically disadvantaged business. So they have every possible set-aside that is available from the federal government. So not every business will qualify for every set-aside category, but as I mentioned, the important thing is that the federal government establishes annual targets for agencies to provide contracts to these various segments of the small business community, and it can be very helpful to help businesses get their start and get up and running. And then once up and running, there are additional considerations as well. Looking for subcontract opportunities is usually a great way for a brand new business to get started. We talked about the set-aside contracts. Mentor-protege agreements are a great way for a small business to get into the federal contracting arena, where you reach out to a larger business who will serve as a mentor and work with you to bring in those contracts. And the most important thing that we tell our veteran entrepreneurs is it's not what you are, it's what you can do. So it's not enough that, well, we are a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. That's great. What do you do? Tell us what you can do. And we talk about how to position yourself, whether it's with a large business that could become a mentor, or when you're standing in front of your first federal contracting officer, how do you create the message about what it is that you do, and not just simply what it is that you are. So these are some of the major considerations that we work through. Again, our firm represents primarily small to mid-sized businesses. Literally, we have 1- and 2-person companies that we represent, up to about 1,200 employees as our largest companies. And I have one company. It is a one-man LLC, and every March his subcontract renews, and he picks up the phone and calls me. He sends me his proposal. I go through his rates and factors. I send it back to him. He says, "I'll see you next March. You know, have a good year." Other clients, they start texting me at 6:30 in the morning, and sometime after 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, they stop, or at least that's when I fall asleep, or my wife has taken my phone out of my hand, and I can no longer respond to clients. So anyway, this is just a little bit about some of the considerations for veterans, and my information is in the program. I believe it's also on the website, and I think the webinar may still be available. So in the webinar, Steve and I had more of a Q&A format, so there may be some additional information that we discussed that might be of interest. And feel free to reach out. We always do a free consultation. We love to support the veteran community, and it's our way to give back to the people who have sacrificed so much to defend our nation. So thank you very much.
Okay, so this is free lawyer legal advice, so this is your chance. Let's get in a couple of questions. Any kind of questions?
Steve?
Yes, please, sir.
Yeah.
Colonel retired ROK-U.S. I have a question. I'm always wondering, getting like small business company, getting a firm, what is like fees? I mean, you know, you mentioned 1% or 2% LLC company like that.
Our fees?
Attaining a firm. Yeah.
So
not setting up the LLC, but you know, continue having that service.
Right. So normally, what we do when we work with small businesses is we will have a standing engagement letter in place where we usually charge hourly, and if you use our services, we send you a bill, and if you don't use us, we don't send you a bill. We have some companies where we have a fixed monthly fee that we negotiate with them, but most of our companies are hourly. And if I can, actually, that reminds me of my favorite lawyer joke. As a guy walks into a lawyer's office, and he says, "How much do you charge?" And the lawyer says, "I charge $1,000 for 3 questions." And the guy says, "Don't you think that's expensive?" And the lawyer says, "Oh, it's very expensive. Now, what's your 3rd question?" So we don't have that fee structure.
Any other question? Yes, sir. These smart people asking legal questions. These are $1,000 questions, ladies and gentlemen.
So since you said we're not doing that fee structure here today, and you said there was 3 lawyer jokes.
That's all the rest are true stories.
I've heard two lawyer jokes. What's the 3rd lawyer joke?
You'll have to sign an engagement letter to get that one.
Okay, we're starting to come off the rails. But hey, look, this is so. You know, I'll bring you into how KDVA's operations a little bit. we're very, very prudent in our budget management. That doesn't mean we do things cheap. That just means we get great value for what we spend. And so I'll just tell you, like he just told you, right? I mean, this guy's not expensive, but you just heard him, and he's just fantastic. Another example is we needed some advice over the weekend. The guy was traveling all last week, and he answered my email over the weekend, and he gave us the legal advice so we can move on. All right, so what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not doing a paid advertising for him. I'm just saying KDVA values our relationship with a man of his integrity, and we value what he does for our organization so that we can help our members. So exactly. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thanks again.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are at the conclusion of our workshop and our reunion. Now, we got a fun thing coming up, and that is, of course, our reunion dinner. And the keynote speaker is General LaCamera, the current commander of the United Nations Combined Forces Command, U.S. Forces Korea. I got to keep saying that a couple more times. So what we're going to ask you to do is please let's make sure we clear all our tables because they got to now set up for dinner. The attire for this evening is business attire with the tie. Hey, if you forgot to pack it, still come. Don't worry about it, okay? But so we really look forward to seeing you tonight at 6:30, this same room, for a wonderful way to end our reunion. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
That's better. Now I like it. Very good. I see that. Thank you. Please, thank you. Oh, no, keep it off. I'm going to do it. Yes, but it is muted now, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final 8th of 8 major events here for the KDVA reunion, the dinner for the Labor Union. Okay, so again, we sincerely thank, blah, blah, blah. So we sincerely thank, blah, blah, blah. And so our dinner agenda is opening remarks, welcome remarks from General Brooks, General Jung, and keynote remarks by General Paul LaCamera. Then we'll have dinner, and then around 7:30 we'll have a Korean cultural performance and closing remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, please let's welcome again General Retired Vincent Brooks, the Chairman and President of the Korea Defense Veterans Association and the former Commander of the United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. And then I think he's going to do it himself. No, I'll do it. Well, okay, whatever. Bottom line is, he's got 2 slides he wanted to show. That's why we had to make some changes, okay? So he's either going to do it himself or he's going to tell me, but he's going to talk about the board of directors and our council of advisors. And then he will introduce General Chung. Yeah, I should probably flip it, okay? Then I'll come back up here and introduce, no, General Brooks is going to come back and he's going to introduce General LaCamera. Sorry, we had some changes. Yeah, then, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. Please enjoy yourselves. And hey, don't just sit there and eat your table. Please get up, and if you need to, just say hello to some people. Got plenty of time. Okay. All righty. And I already saw the other slides, so thank you. All righty. Yeah, so once the dinner is served, we serve dinner, that's when we get rid of these 2 things. Yeah. These are not coming back. I will come back at the end, and I'll use the mic that you gave me. Say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, blah, blah, blah. Go and have fun. Okay? Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start dinner in about 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start dinner in about 5 minutes. There's no real place to do that.
Okay, so he needs to carry it up. Okay, that's right now. He's got control.
It's got non-slip, it's got very little weight. It should be okay.
Hey, sir, you're almost done.
Yeah, dude, this is it. Well, I got a meeting tonight, then I gotta go to a think tank thing tomorrow morning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just start, like to invite you to start taking your seats. There'll be plenty of time during dinner and after dinner to continue with discussions, but in the interest of growling stomachs and trying to keep on schedule, we'll get started here in about a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Please see if you can find your seats. Thank you. Okay, Earlene, let's seal the doors. No one escapes tonight until bellies are full and everyone has met everybody else in this room. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Korea Defense Veterans Association's reunion dinner. This is the 8th major event of the reunion and the last one. So you have survived and made it this far. So thank you very much. Let's give everybody a hand. Okay, so let's go and show the first slide, please. Okay, fantastic. So again, we want to just continue to just thank our major sponsor, the Korea